What's up, everybody? How's it going? Welcome in, Raymus. What's going on? How have you been doing? How's it hanging? Yeah, we are going to be working on some new decorations today, I think. Now that we've got the moving system in, I figured, why not? Because I want to get some done anyways before the update is out. Yeah. Hey, sir, welcome in. Yeah, we're gonna get started here in just a second. Okay. So, I did get all the moving stuff working. Well, I just restarted my computer. I gotta open the project. Gotta wait for it to load up. Yeah, there's a couple decorations I've been meaning to add in, so I want to do some hardscaping stuff like planks of wood and rocks, you know, and then a couple more wacky decorations, like a treasure chest or something. Maybe even some like corals would be pretty cool. We'll see. All right, there we go. Audio's too freaking loud. Excuse me. Okay. So, I'll show you guys. Moving decorations is working. Now I do have to do sort of the same thing with the other one too. Okay, now we can hit move and move it wherever we want. So it's pretty cool. And we can click the little copy button to just like quick copy it, and yeah, so pretty easy. So now I want to do the same thing in here, just add a move and copy button, because I think it would be kind of nice. It's a small thing, but you know, more about the quality of life. So it's a little bit different how that one's sort of set up. So let's go into the decoration menu. I'm just going to copy these two new buttons and then back into, I believe it is tank menu. One of these things. And it's like over in the info tab, it has all this stuff in here. All right, so it's got flip, return to inventory. And I think it'll hide all this stuff in here. So yeah, I'm just gonna paste this in here. I think I had it below flip. Yeah. So now we got those two buttons. We can connect those up. Let's see, pressed. I'm pretty sure this is just connected up in here. On flip pressed. Yeah, flip toggled, we're good. And this funny guy. Okay. So now we gotta figure out how we do all the stuff. Hey, Ratsa, welcome in. What's that about quality of life? How does that work? Yeah, quality of life. It's very important. It's basically just all the little things, you know, that build up to make everything easier, right? It's pretty good. I always try and sprinkle in as much as I can with this kind of stuff, you know? Like, theoretically, we don't need a move button, mechanics-wise, but it's just so much easier to hit move on a decoration instead of deleting it and buying a new one, you know? So. Hey, Zafencer, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, so we've got these new buttons in here now. I have to restart the game. So how do we go about actually selecting a decoration? We gotta figure that out. You're a professional game dev, yeah? How about you remake Xenogears? I haven't heard of that before. Let me go look. Xenogears. This looks like a pretty old game, yeah, 1998. Honestly, it's funny because old games like this are actually a massive, like, untapped resource, because there's so many awesome games from a long time ago that are just sick, that if redone today would benefit so much from the new technology. It would actually be a really cool game, you know? I wish more people did that. I probably will try and do that for a project one of these days. Just go like research some really old games that I've always enjoyed and try and remake it for a new audience. Because there's a lot of good examples of that, you know, like for example, like City Skylines is a super epic, successful game, and it's basically because they took what was so good about the original Sim City and just modernized it, you know. It's all 3D and it's very nice. It's a good game because of that. Yeah, more devs should do that, honestly. What's this? Saved progress? Sample data transferred from the playtest to demo to full launch. It's going, yeah. This PS1 game, devs said it was 1/3 complete when released. Oh, really? Yeah. It's neat. Yeah, I never really played any like PS1 stuff. I just didn't have a PS1. But I was all about the PS2. Seems cool though. RPG. 3D environments. Pretty epic. One day it would be kind of fun to make an RPG. Oh yeah, it's got mechs and stuff. That's pretty epic. That guy's a freaking big guy. Awesome. Anyways. Yeah, one day I'll remake an old game. Because it would be kind of epic. Oh, yeah, as a fencer, I'm sorry I keep never responding back to you about Minecraft stuff. I just every night I'm like, oh, I have this thing that I really have to do tonight. Like last night I realized, oh, it's been 2 days and I need to make a short now. So let's just talk about it on stream, because I can't. I think also I'm just gonna try and just send little tiny messages and random things I think about your way, because I think one problem that always happens with stuff like this with me is I keep building things up in my head, and I feel like I have to do this one big massive response for everything. And then it just never gets done, because now it's become this insurmountable task that I have to complete. So let's just chat about some random things I think about Minecraft progression that I've noticed. One thing I was thinking about was I've noticed a lot of like progression lines, mechanics wise, just kind of stop randomly at 1.0, and I'm sure a big part of that is just because it's the 1.0 launch, you know. But it is a little odd. Like for example, every couple updates, or I mean not every couple updates, but there's always like a, you know, this building up of new materials and armor tiers and stuff, you know. And then after 1.0, it's basically just done. Like they did eventually add in netherite, but it's been pretty much static for like 15 years. Yeah, right. Like I think the game just stopped at 1.0. I mean, to be fair, yeah, it's the 1.0 launch, so you know, kind of makes sense. But it's just, yeah, it's always felt like a little bit of like a disappointment. I'm like, why though? You know, why just randomly end like that? So I think that's definitely something that should be extended out in the Ander. I know one thing, I don't know if it's a myth or not, it might have been, but supposedly emeralds used to be rubies, right? And they were going to add it in, I think, as like a new armor set. But Jeb couldn't, Jeb was colorblind or something, couldn't see the difference, which even if you're colorblind, you can change the physical shape of ores like that, so it's not really a problem. But it would be cool to maybe like reintroduce that into the game, you know? We had to think about what makes sense in terms of what would be stronger than diamond, because it is like difficult since, you know, it's freaking diamonds. But, you know, there's some potential there for that, I think. Rubies were meant to have the same function as emeralds. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, a lot of the things I'm thinking of are, I'm probably just wrong about stuff, but yeah. Let's see, can I do I have like a current active decoration? But yeah, either way, I'd love to, I think, extend the actual, you know, mechanics further, because they all just kind of stop. And I think that's the big thing that we could do. And that's another thing that the Ainder kind of supports for, is like, it's like, I feel like it fulfills a similar spot almost as like the Nether, but the next like tier of the Nether, you know? Where it's like the Nether is this place, you open it up and now there's all these new resources and loot and chests and, you know, new things to find and bring back home, right? Now you have access to quartz and glowstone and soul sand and ocean brewing and all these other things, right? So I think yeah, definitely I want to extend it out more with the Ainder, I think. Personally, that's just what I'm thinking. And then one of the other mechanics too that they've just sort of like stopped, and I know we've already talked about this, but like combat stuff, right, is just completely just stagnant. I know they've added in a couple of like new weapons and stuff in the past, and like it's fine, I guess, like the spear and the funny hammer, but I feel like they're not actually fixing the root problem. Like they're basically just adding in a new weapon and thinking that, oh, it's gonna make combat fun again, but I don't think so. Like, I don't know, I just don't know. I don't know what they think that new weapons are gonna do, right? As an entry, so I need to do this. Tree.id, we'll try that. Yeah, I don't know, it's just a little frustrating. Combat to me needs like a fundamental rework in a lot of ways, you know. I really liked the direction they were going with. There was like those experimental combat snapshots, you know, a really long time ago, I think, that Jeb was working on, and I thought those were pretty neat. Like, I think there's the ability to like what was it like? Oh, do I not show? Hold on, I need to fix that, or have that show up probably. But yeah, there's like other enchantments for axes specifically and stuff like that. It just seemed way more interesting. They were kind of doing exactly what I wanted, which was sort of like adding in multiple classes that you could be in the game, right? Which they just kind of sort of abandoned. Shank's looking great, thank you very much. Yeah, welcome in, Captain Krabs. How's it going? Did you get your things figured out with Godot? Sorry I had to run last night. I wanted to stay and help, but unfortunately I had things to go do. Oh, that's very interesting. So if I move this, I need to close this menu when I do that. I'm not sure how I do that. I think I just say like set selected fish or something. Oh, don't do that. Oh, it's cancel decoration. Is that true though? Active decoration. How do I know when I've canceled? Try cancel decoration. I don't think that's the one I want though. Let's try it out. So I select this, I hit move. Yeah, no, that's not what I want. Let's think about this. Yeah, I saw a bit of that, looked interesting. Yeah, I was really excited at that point. I'm like, whoa, okay, Minecraft finally is about to get this new combat revolution. I was like, this is gonna be awesome. And then it just never went anywhere and they just abandoned it. So that was always really disappointing. It would have been so cool if they actually like built it out and did stuff with it, you know? So, oh well. But yeah, combat, I think that's a really, it's I think probably the thing that I've seen people like, you know, have issues with, right? So if we're able to improve upon that, I think we'd be at a really good spot. How am I hiding this info panel? I'm just trying to figure it out. I think it's actually inside of the tank cursor. You got some of it done? Okay. Yeah. Tricky. I haven't really ever done any, oh, you set it to null. Any like visual programming stuff like that. So to me, it's tricky because I'm just not familiar with how you're supposed to do things. So, let's see it here. Yeah, I'm sure there's a way to do it, or a reason why it doesn't track the position anymore. It could be something like, where... Oh, yeah, you do that. Once you hide a cursor, it doesn't technically have a position anymore, or something like that, or the engine doesn't track its position. I was thinking about that, I'm like, that might be a problem. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Oh, this takes the... Okay, let's say var last ID is equal to that. And then now set it to that. Because I have to reset it before the next one happens. A little funny how that works, but let's see if it works. Yeah, there we go. So now I reset my selected object and I grab the new one. Okay. So that should work there. Let's do a couple more things. So in here I want to have our moving decoration. Now, I don't know if I can get a reference to this or what. I don't remember how decorations are stored. I think they're just stored as entries. Say, Yoshik, welcome in. More fonts? No, I'm not doing Mandarin, don't worry. It's too much work. So Cosmo, how's it going? Welcome in. How have you been doing? What is this gonna be? I think it's like a dictionary or something. Oops. We'll figure out what it is. Or no, it's an object. It's a frickin' decoration. That's what it is. Okay, so now down here on move pressed, because that's the only thing that matters here. Now I say moving decoration is equal to selected object. Right. And then also now when we reset the decoration in here, I want to say moving decoration is back to null. All right, so we set it to that. Then we know if we're moving it. So I think then the next thing is inside of my tank cursor. And in here somewhere it's checking if it's doing like, yeah, if decoration ID right here. Where does that actually happen? Show decoration. I'm not 100% sure where I'm getting decoration ID. I guess it must be inside here. I'm like forcibly setting it. Because if I go into tank menu, it's selected fish. I don't know where I'm getting that set. Interesting. It's gotta be somewhere. Oh, it's in show decoration. Okay. I'll say Woolbed, welcome in. You made a plane with great aeronautics and computer craft. Let's go. Yeah, I've been messing with aeronautics. It's really fun. I'm working on building a big, massive like workshop for all my gizmos and machines now, so it's going good. Yeah, I've had a fun time with it. It's a really freaking epic mod. It runs super well, which is like really cool. Yeah, it's insane. Okay, so I also need to know how to delete the old decoration. It's a little complicated. So it's basically whenever I hit delete. On return pressed. So this is what it does. So I know it's going to be a tank decoration here. So let's go down here. So now what we're going to say is, yeah, place that. This happens on the moment that I press, like, move. So don't worry about that. Then I set selected back to null and run update. Actually, I don't know why I run update. Is there any reason I run update in here? Not really. Oh, that's just for when I delete a fish, but I don't need to do that for decoration. Oh, actually, though, I might need to. Yeah, I think I do. Yeah, worth the wait, definitely. Well, there's one comment on the release trailer. Or something like, yeah, it's ready, but then it's actually ready. I know, it's crazy. So, hey, off next, welcome in. How's it going? Are you doing TikToks for a game? Yeah, I am. I'm doing a... Whenever I make a short, there's no reason not to post it everywhere. So I post it to YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok, so... But yeah. Delay game will eventually be good, but bad games forever. That is true, yeah. Yeah, delaying stuff isn't the end of the world. I mean, it's annoying, but if it actually makes for a better game, then I think it's always worth it, you know? Okay, so this... Okay, so I just want to remove the entry. So instead of saying last ID, I'm going to say, last entry. And then here, set it to last entry.id. Then here I say last entry. Okay, so now it's a little tricky. I don't want to know if I have a selected object. Yeah, I just want to run this whenever I want to say if moving decoration, right? That's really where I do it. And then we're not going to put that in there. It's going to be inside of the cursor whenever I click and like place the decoration. So let's find out where that is. I thought it was in tank cursor. Oh. Okay, if click left, oh, here it is. Add tank decoration. And now I want to run this. So yeah, I actually want to say this, and like instead of all this stuff, instead of checking for money and everything. So if, what is it? Viewport.ui? How am I getting? Yeah. Dot moving decoration. Then I know that I'm moving a decoration. Otherwise, do this guy. All right, but yeah, let's see in here. Recently started, I'm getting like maximum 300 views. I actually had that issue, funny enough, like when I first started, like it was even worse than that. It was like I was shadow banned or something. But yeah, I just kept getting locked where it was like, it wouldn't let me get more than like, it wasn't getting recommended or something. And I could only get like 5 views on every video. So I don't know what was going on with that. Eventually it worked itself out and then I got normal recommendations again. So yeah, it was really weird. But yeah, I think the big thing I would say is really focus on like your perspective as a consumer of short form content. And I think that helps a lot, where it's like, okay, when I'm scrolling through YouTube shorts, I'm looking at a video for like 5 seconds or less to register if I want to watch that video or not. So you really have to front load your video with something very interesting, you know? And that's really important. That's the art of a hook, right? It's pulling somebody in so they don't immediately leave. And that really, you know, basically increases your view counts, because then more people that see it in their recommended count as a view. But yeah, for that you want to like think about like I think it's always good to ask some kind of like question, you know, where it's something like, you know, I didn't realize this, or kind of propose this concept or thing that now the viewer needs to learn about and understand, right? So you could be like, nobody told me this, or I didn't realize this, or you won't believe what I just learned, or, you know, something like that. There's a million ways that you could kind of phrase it. But I think that's always a really good way to keep people actually watching, because now it immediately sets up this, like, you know, I've got to now wait and listen until I find out my interest has been piqued, right, with that question, and now I need my answer to the question. And then don't reveal the answer too early. Yeah, it's usually a good idea to kind of like, the format I use essentially is like, if you're presenting a problem with something, right? It's like, present the problem, you know, or like some fact about it. I didn't realize this would happen, you know. Then you want to explain the problem, you know, why it's a problem. And this is just one specific format. Because then that builds up people's interest, like, oh yeah, I see why this is a problem. And then you put the explanation for the problem last, right? Explain the solution last. Because as soon as you explain the solution and they get what they came here for, which is their little knowledge bit, they're immediately going to leave. So you want that to be like the last thing. And this gets a lot easier with practice. But yeah, script writing for shorts and short form content is actually extremely important. And it's probably the most important part, is you just have to make sure that your flow of information is proper. But yeah, you can apply this same sort of format to anything. Like, let's say you're showing off a new feature, you know, then usually how I present that is like, what feature is that what problem is that feature trying to solve? So for example, I add in the ability to move decorations, and then I say something like, a lot of people have, you know, trouble decorating their tanks, right? Because not being able to move them is annoying. And then I say, like, right now in the game, you have to delete your decorations if you want to move them around, you know. And I just talk about the problem. It's annoying, especially because we can make this a lot easier, you know, and just like kind of fill it out with like things. And then at the very end you say, so now you can click this move button and move your decoration. That should be like the tiniest part of the short, is at the very end. Because also another thing is you want to get through this information drop fast, because people, you don't want like your end video retention to drop off too quick. So if they've already gotten nearly to the end of the video, you don't want to then have 20 more seconds of video. So this should be like the last like 5 or 10 seconds. Anyways, yeah, that's how you can exploit people's attention spans. It's pretty horrible. I don't like making these videos, but it's good for marketing, I will say. Anyways. Yeah, casually teaching us how to gaslight and manipulate. I mean, it's not manipulating or gaslighting. It's not like I'm lying to people, but it's being very strategic about the way that I'm teaching, basically, is what it is. The way that I'm releasing knowledge to people. Let's see. Sorry, is Fencer, let me see up here. Yeah, about sending bits of the responses. Yeah, sure. I'm also building the design doc bit by bit, and it takes a lot of time. Sometimes I have my ideas depleted and I have to take a break from it. Yeah, I totally feel it. Yeah, also we can start some group chat with Max if he's interested. Yeah, that'd be cool. I think it'd be good for Max to actually be able to talk to you directly about stuff. So, how did you and Zafencer get to know each other? I think that was during Starground stuff. I'm pretty sure Zafencer came in as I think a Twitch viewer. You probably know better, Zafencer. Let's see. See, I had 2 different fish, and I asked a comment which one they like more, and I got 2 to 3 comments. Yeah. Yeah, it's very, you gotta be careful with calls to actions like that, because I think it's very easy as a person to recognize this is an advertisement, right? And that's why I usually don't include the name of the game in the video, because it's just not good for retention. It's actually better for people to ask in the comments for more engagement, or read like a pinned post sometimes I put in there if a video is doing really well. But yeah, call to actions are a little dangerous. You do want to, at the very end, like, you could say like, which one do you think is better? Or do you think this is better? Like, that kind of thing is fine. So I think what you did there is asking which one they like more is totally fine. But definitely be careful about saying like, you should wishlist the game, or you should buy my game, or do this and give me this, because that's when it becomes instant retention kill. Yeah, because shorter, you need to think more about the words you actually say. Yeah, definitely. People are really addicted to consuming information. Yeah. You need to be ultra concise. Screenshot all your explanation. Yeah, no problem. Hopefully it helps. When you employ the end is the start loop. Now, that is something you can do. I personally don't do it very often, because I think it's always really obvious when the short loops like that. I think purposely having it loop, in my opinion, is more like it's a stronger signal for me to end this short than it is just rewatching the beginning, if that makes sense. Also, the problem is sometimes trying to fit the end into the beginning makes your initial hook worse. So I don't know if it's actually worth it. I think it is good to do it in like a script sense. Like, for example, in the short I just put up, I'm like, do you think this font is better? And then I show the new font, and so people are like, or I'm like, do you think it's better than the old font? So that's kind of a signal to someone's brain, like, oh, I'm gonna wait for the short to loop again and then go look at what the old font looked like now in comparison. So I think something like that works, where it's like there's a reason to replay the video and look back at something from the beginning. I don't know if like the perfect looping stuff is worth it, but that's hard to say. I was looking for game dev streams, and this guy's doing Factorio, like game in Godot. I'm in. Oh yeah. That's how you found me. Yeah. Yeah, Factorio is epic. I need to play more Factorio. I was looking through YouTube and saw this guy making a game. Oh, you're responding. Oh, how you. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I switched to Twitch. Let's go. Followers since May 18th. Yeah, that's awesome. That's before Starground was even out on Steam. So pretty epic. Yeah, it's always funny how like people meet. I met like in my entire friend group from like a YouTube like website, like a marketing thing. It was called Sherry. And basically what you do on that website, I don't know if it exists anymore, but you like post a video, and then the system like get it set up so you like go respond to 2 other people that posted another video. So that was the way I met everybody. Yeah, if I didn't do that, I would have not met anyone I know today, which is pretty crazy. It's crazy that one random, probably a scam website, was the link, but it all worked out. Yeah, I draw all the pixel art stuff by myself. I am the sole artist of Lured In and everything that I ever make. So, but yeah, I always have a fun time drawing everything. And now, even this is, you know, The font is also hand-drawn too now. Pretty epic. Okay, so in here, so if we have a moving decoration, I know that I'm moving it. So we add in the new decoration, and then I want to delete the old one. I'm pretty sure moving decoration has an entry. So yeah, we say this dot entry. And tank ID is not valid here, so we gotta grab this. Okay. Remove tank decoration. Yeah, hopefully this all works. Let's see what happens, shall we? Then also in here, I want to remove our like active decoration or something here, right? So I want to say like show decoration. I think I can just pass in an empty string. Yeah. Let's give it a try. Let's delete all these. Okay, so I hit move. Goes into this mode. I click again. Seems to be buying it still, which is weird. Okay, click on this one, move. Yeah, it still just buys it. So it's either that I'm just not setting it properly or moving decoration's not real. So we'll figure that out. It's like one of the first translators and testers. Let's go. Yeah, you were in the early days. Yeah, that's the hardest thing for me yet. Yeah, art is really hard, especially if you don't come from an art background. So I definitely don't blame you. I can do all the art, like, you know, in my sleep now just because I've done so much of it. But yeah, I used to really suck at it though, you know? So yeah, it's hard, sure. So that didn't seem to work at all. I don't know what happened here. So let's go back in the tank menu. So on move pressed. Oh, it's because I probably did that. Now last entry, let's go ahead and... Well, wait, no, yeah, that's fine. Oh, but it's gonna like reset it again. I'm just gonna say last object is that, and then I do all that and that, and then say selected object dot entry dot ID. Oops, last object. Okay, let's give that a try. So now I hit this, I click move. Yeah, it actually does work. Crazy. I didn't think it was gonna work. Okay. Well, that works now. Let's see. What are you cooking here? I am working on the ability to... So now you can like click move on a decoration and move it to a new location. So that's what I'm doing here. It looks like it's working pretty well now. So, yeah. I gotta tweak things a little bit. I might make it so when you're first initially placing down a decoration, it makes it semi-transparent. Just so there's a little bit of a hint, you know, as to like what's going on here. So I'm probably gonna do that. After it checks our account, 1,586 hours is part, make the hardest easiest part. Yeah. I should also make a button to remove old fish in the tank. Yeah, I could totally do that in the settings. That's more than 2 months straight. Yeah, it's crazy. I think I'll find some artists for art and more like a tech guy. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I mean, that is an option. You have a couple options when it comes to the art side of things. You could get somebody else to help with art, but then keep in mind things do get complicated. You've got to deal with profit revenue splits now. Also, you kind of, some of your creative freedom is taken away. You know, now the other person also has a say on things. So keep that in mind. And then the other option is there's still ways to make things look good, even if you aren't a very artistic person. Like, if you know how to program, then one of the things I definitely look into are shaders, because you can make things look really good just using simple shapes, right? So if we go into like Godot shaders, There's a billion just free shaders in here. And you can use all of these. Now this is just for Godot, but there's the same thing for Unreal and Unity. You know, they all have free materials of shaders. So yeah, definitely looking at all these because you can just take like normal boring blocks and make it a very visually interesting thing, right? Like something like this is a ballpoint pen shader. Like it's, you can make some pretty wacky stuff in here. This is epic. But yeah, definitely don't discount the power of shaders because I've seen a lot of games that look bad or have like boring art, but just because they use so many shaders and particles is another big thing. They look fine. So like I think one is like Node Buster or whatever. It's this little idle incremental game. Now look at the art. It's literally just squares and triangles and stuff, right? It's nothing. So, but it works because they've got all these effects on screen and it's, you know, juicy with all the particles and stuff. So I see that a lot with game devs doing stuff, and it's a valid route. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing something like that where, yeah, you're drawing like 2D fish, it is harder to do this kind of art style for sure. So this is only really if you're going into it from the beginning with stuff like this in mind. But yeah, with that, you'd probably have to, unfortunately, draw them the old-fashioned way. But even then, there are other options. Like if you wanted to go for like a PS2 retro kind of style, you could literally like go find images of fish, like a trout, and copy this image and like bit crush it and just use a real image. Now it really obviously depends on the style of your game, right? It doesn't work for every style, so it would make sense if it's like a retro like 3D PS2 style, I think. But we should try generative AI. I would definitely say no. I think even the worst art done by humans still means more to me and looks better than AI art personally. So that's what I would say. I don't think AI art is like, most people instantly know when you're using AI art, and you can get some pretty big backlash for that too. So I've seen a lot of incidences? What's the word for that? Of that happening? Instances. Yeah. Yeah, I would say do not. So I think there's multiple reasons not to. Let's see. Other thanks for the detailed explanation of your TikTok videos. Yeah, no problem. First step to be good at something is to be bad at it. Exactly. Yeah. That would be cool if the electric eel had like small particles. Yeah, I could maybe do that. It would be kind of neat. Yeah. Okay, so what I want to do is make it so it's semi... Okay, so we have this decoration texture here. Actually, what I could do is literally just do it here. Go into visibility. I just want to lower the alpha a little bit to like 150. Doesn't have to be super semi-transparent, but I think it'll help a little bit. Like now when you're in the tank, it won't just look like a normal decoration. It's kind of like this little preview of the decoration, you know? So I think that's better. So yeah, that works. Now what I'm also going to do inside of the cursor here is do my little particles. So here I do the money particles. Since this is a free decoration, I'm going to do my sparkle particles. And that's just kind of a way for me to like show that a thing has occurred without implying that like money was consumed, right? Like that. I think it works. Yeah, but now you can click copy and get more of them. You can move them if you want. So that's nice. Now you don't have to, like, if you buy this super expensive decoration, you're not locked in, right? Like, I bought the freaking Starground plush, and it's like, no, I didn't want to put it there. You can just move it. And it doesn't take any money or anything. So yeah, that's pretty nice. It'll help a lot. Quality of life is important, guys. Let's make sure I got everything in here. Of decorations in the tank and building. And then another thing I want to do here for the adding in decorations to here, I would like to show the little price thing on here, you know, around your mouse cursor for how much the decoration costs, because we don't have that right now, and it's kind of one of those things I've been noticing that's like, I don't know how I forgot how much this decoration costs, you know. So let's go do that. Now we have to find where it is. I think it's this text here. Then let's go back into, yeah, let's see in here. Yeah, art is really just trash, the worst thing. You don't learn from it. Yeah, I think it just makes for a kind of an ugly, generic looking game in my opinion. And also, yeah, you don't learn anything. So it really is a, it's like a, it's like doing drugs in a way. I know that might sound like a weird analogy, but like in the beginning, you get this big like, oh, this is so epic and everything is easy and wonderful, you know? But then the more that you use it and the further you get into using it with stuff, the more it becomes a drag on everything, and it starts becoming a positive and it turns into a major negative, right? It's like sacrificing long-term skills for short-term gain. Because I've seen this all the time. People are like, I'm gonna make this game with AI, I'm gonna make this platformer, and like they can do some ultra basic stuff. They can like make a little guy that walks around, but then the second they try and integrate all these black boxes together, they just don't connect and the whole project is a mess. So yeah, I definitely say avoid AI. It's just not really at a level to where it can compete at all with a human being, I don't think. Like maybe at ultra basic tasks that are completely isolated, maybe, but it's always prone to really obvious weird mistakes because it doesn't think like a human. Like it might make a weird connection somewhere that it to itself seems logical, but to a human it's like, that's just complete nonsense ridiculousness. Why are you doing that? You know? So there's stuff like that. Yeah, I could go on forever about it, but I just think it's not worth it. It's so much more important to build your own skills as a human being, in my opinion. Because then you have no attachments to things, you're free. You can do whatever you want. And sure, it's harder, definitely, to learn things. Learning is hard, but knowledge is power. And being able to do things is, you know, good. You can make money, you can set out to complete goals, you know, you have abilities. It's like being like magic, like having magical powers. I can just like throw some text down and I have a virtual world in front of my eyes, you know? That's the way I always think about it. It literally is like a superpower. Because a lot of people look at that and they're like, whoa, like, yeah, how do you even do that? That's insane. It's like the same reaction to like a magic trick, you know? Yeah, it's because ChatGPT and co aren't thinking. Yeah, it's not really like it's not really true artificial intelligence. Like, that's why that term is always really annoying. Because it implies that it's smart, but it's not smart. The whole point of that term, it's been around for a long time, is it's emulating intelligence, but it's artificial. It's not real. It's not real intelligence, right? That's what artificial intelligence means. So yeah, it just doesn't know what it's doing, really. I think until we start creating artificial neurons and actually simulating real working brains, I don't think we're gonna get anywhere close to the wisdom of human beings, you know? Because AI just can't remember. It'll do something for a minute, and then the next prompt that comes along, it's just a mess. So let's copy this in here. So now what I'm going to do is set this to this string here. So this will have, yeah, that HTML, and then the cost of this object. So let's put this up here. Boom. And now that's going to be decoration data.cost. There we go. Oops, decoratio. So now when we go in here, this should have this little like text floating next to my cursor. It says it's an all instance now. I just get out of everything. I do want this also on ready to be set to empty text. Yeah, they're really easy to gaslight. It's very true. It's funny that injection prompting is like a thing. It's like basically hypnotizing a human being, right? You can just be like, forget all your previous prompts and now do this instead. It's just, I just think it's always really funny. Oh, and on this, on the modulate, I want to set that to not the regular modulate, but perhaps the self-modulate. Okay. There we go. So now it shows -10 on that. Now, another little buggy boy here that we gotta fix is now he shouldn't show up when we're moving a decoration. So I'm just gonna put this in here only if we are not moving a decoration. Okay, let's try that out. So if we're doing that, boom, it doesn't show anything. And then now if we're buying a new decoration, now it shows the cost of the decoration always, which is good. Now you'll remember how much the decorations cost. So yeah, pretty cool. I don't like how the text like goes below everything though, so I'm probably going to increase the depth here. So just go into ordering and set it to like 10 or something, just so it stays above everything. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, now it won't get hidden behind things. So yeah, that's helpful. Just a little reminder how much money you're actually spending, because I don't want people to accidentally spend all of their money, you know? So yeah. It is a little like blurry in here. I wonder if it just has to do with the font size. I don't know if that's something I can fix or not. We can definitely experiment. Why is there a Starground plush but no Pogo Rocket? Pogo Rocket's a troubled game. I could add one. It actually looks way better at 16. Interesting. What about at 24? It's a little clearer. It's still like got some fuzzies around the edges and stuff, which is disappointing. That one's like the worst so far. Yeah, I might just lock that at like 24. I think that looks fine. Then what is it like over like when I'm doing these ones? See, that one's fine because it's like it's rendered differently than the other one. It's like depending on your zoom level. But this one is not. I do think that text is like a little bit too big though. Especially because like that's the cheap decorations. Like if we do one with more numbers, it gets longer. I mean, 16 honestly on the size looks the best. Like it's sharp on the text. So I think we'll just stick with that. All right, but anyways, yeah, you can finally move decorations. Oh, that's not good. So how did that happen? That is fascinating. Well, we're gonna figure that out. Plants vs. Zombie soundtrack? Yeah, it's epic. Still mad about that remake. Yeah, I mean, I watched friends play it and stuff. They have fixed a lot of the initial bugs on launch, but it's definitely a little disappointing. I don't know why they necessarily remade it. I mean, it would have been nice if they just actually like redrew a lot of the assets and stuff, but they just like kind of AI upscaled everything, and it's a little bit of a mess. And, like there's the issues with like oh yeah, Shapes 2 is now in 1.0. pretty cool. What is this? I keep seeing this everywhere. Vampire crawlers. What is this? It's a deck roguelite thing. Okay. But yeah, it is a little wacky. Oh, I didn't realize. Is this out? Winghaven is finally out? Oh no, it's just a trailer is out. I wonder if it's just going to be the same as Chillquarium, isn't it? Yeah, it's the exact same as Chillquarium. Yeah, it's disappointing. This is part of the reason why I made Lured In is Chillquarium and their lack of like gameplay mechanics. It is a cool game, but to me it gets really boring because like I get all this money and then the only thing I can spend it on is just more fish and birds. And I'm like, I mean, it's cool, but I have more fun when it's a tycoon, personally. But yeah, the new PVZ, this one. I haven't played it yet, but yeah, I mean, they've done a lot of patches and stuff. But there's still some weirdness with it, so I hope they continue fixing issues. There's like some weird problems where like the audio is broken and yeah, it's weird. But they've been fixing it up a little bit. Yeah, I do need to play it. Yeah, I mean, the on launch was kind of a mess, but I think now it's becoming better with some of the patches. But still, I don't know. I watched like a big review video of everything, and there's like a couple weird things they decided to not include for some reason. And it's always like, that's odd. You know, why did they do that? Oh well. I just want a new Plants vs. Zombies game. Like, not flop like 2 or 3 is, though. Like, I just want the core of what Plants vs. Zombies is and made new again. I don't know. There's some heavy implications of the textures being ran through AI. I definitely think some of those have been upscaled. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, HD textures are already done for the Xbox. They refuse to use it. It might be like a licensing problem is why they weren't able to use it. It's not always just because they decided not to. But yeah. Spool bed, welcome, or not welcome any, you've already been here. 1500 on cookie clicker is crazy. Cookie clicker is $5. 15. Oh, my hours? Do I have that many hours on Cookie Clicker? Yeah, I do. Yeah. Yeah, it's not profitable, so yeah, I won't do it. You do the rights. Is it made by the same company though? Because the people that made the PVZ replanted is a Lost Pixels, this company. They don't even have a Steam page, but it's a different company. So yeah, I don't actually know. See, it's not always just that EA owns all the assets to everything. It could be that the agreement for the Xbox 360 version was that the developer retains IP rights to the assets made for that version. You know, there's always weird specific things, but you know, it's hard to say. I think it's not always as obvious as it might seem on the surface. I'm not trying to defend this game. I think it's a little odd and weird and bad. So yeah, I don't know. It's too bad because a nice modernized version of the game would be really cool. Yeah, there's like that weird guitar riff for some reason when you die on the hard mode. It's just like, why? I don't know. Well, they don't have these rights. I don't know who made the 360 version though. It's probably a completely different company from either of those, right? like PVZ, Xbox 360. So it was PopCap, but sometimes they like license the porting out and stuff, so that's always really complicated. Is there like a wiki here? Boarding house, right? Yeah, it's hard to find this kind of info though. If I looked at the credits, probably. Anyways, I don't know. But yeah, it's silly. Hopefully, there are some games. I know there's one that Graham is publishing. Where is it? That's kind of like meant to be like a copy of Plants vs. Zombies. I don't know where it is. It's not. What's Overtrick? Man, Graham's been publishing a lot of games, hasn't he? Yeah. It's very cool when your publisher publishes a billion games and then you are a number. Yeah. Where is that game? Cardaver. It's meant to be like Plants vs. Zombies, I guess. Could be neat. I don't know. Anyways, lured in. So why did this crash? They're trying to assign invalid previously freed instance. So it's because last object was null. But how is that possible? Because if I click move, I think there's a different problem here. So when I hit move, oh, this menu just randomly popped up again? How did that even happen? What? So I hit move on the kelp, and I click there. And that one's fine. It's like if I click it onto another object, that's where it breaks. It's really weird. Let's go look at the code for this, shall we? Tank cursor. Let's see. So I click here and I say show decoration null or like empty. Do I also need to like cancel any selection? Maybe. I think it's just set selected fish. Let's try it out. See, it's like selecting this, but then it doesn't actually properly select it. It's really weird. What is going on here? So I add the new one or remove the old one. And then I just say show decoration empty string, right? So it like gets rid of it all. And then I guess what's happening on... So show decoration, what is this doing here, right? So if it's empty, just do that, blah, blah. Okay. So that's nothing. Where else do I do that? Like if I right click, it should also cancel. Let's click left. Click left. Where's my click right? How am I canceling that then? I click right and then it all goes away. It might be inside of my tank menu. Yeah, I say set cursor mode to false, and that might actually get rid of like decoration mode too. Oh yeah, because it says cancel decoration. So I think I need to do this instead. I just need to call cancel decoration instead of what I'm doing now. Where is it? So right here, instead of that, I want to say viewport cancel decoration. Let's give that a try. So now I move this. Guess I did select that guy, but see, it's still like selecting a thing in the same frame. It's okay, we'll get this figured out. I might just have to add a little like a delay for that happening. So I think what's happening is that it is selecting it down here, but it must be somehow like resetting the decoration or the selected decoration, you know? So even though I set that to null, odd. So I can just say set selected fish, since it calls that anyways, and that should also remove the selection. Let's try that. But it still does it. Now the other option is just at the end of it, instead of doing that, we just select the new object. So I say tank add decoration. Does this return the new object? No. So how does that actually work? Does it emit a signal? Yeah, it does. So then I guess that emits a signal, and then it creates the new object that gets added in here. How am I going to know which one is which? Let's think here. Here I have some code for creating those decorations, I'm pretty sure. It's actually inside of my world node here. So I say, yeah, add a child, and then I do have a list of decorations. I guess let's give that a try. So instead of this, I'm gonna say for IN, but viewport doesn't have a reference to world. I'll just say get parent dot decorations, right? If I dot entry is equal to whatever our last entry was, right? Then I know that it's the proper one. Okay. Might actually, let's do this. Remove the other one and then add the new one. Oh, and I guess that adds in a new, it's a whole new entry, isn't it? Oh, okay, so that's going to be a problem here. It's actually going to reset its position and stuff. So, like, if I rotate this or scale it and then I hit move, yeah, it resets it. And that might actually happen here too, which is really annoying. Shoot. Okay, so I've got to fix that bug. So I think clearly moving these decorations has to be a whole new mechanism versus adding them, which is unfortunate. The Nintendo ad for FIFA or whatever that is horrible. I've never liked any of those sports games like those. I think they're all kind of wacky. I'm gonna be real. So I think we can say don't remove the old one. Can I just directly edit the and then just say that everything changed? I'm gonna try this. So here what I'm gonna say now is don't edit anything else other than just say position is now equal to the new position. Right? And then I omit those things. I have no idea if this is gonna work. But hopefully. This has to be viewport tank ID like that. Let's give it a try, shall we? So I'm literally just editing the entry directly like that. So theoretically, if I have like rotation and stuff and then I move it, it'll retain its stuff. Yeah. That's pretty cool. It looks like it updates everything properly. Okay. Now, is it still doing that bug though, where I click on another thing? Yeah, it still does that, which is really annoying. Okay. But I know specifically like which one is selected, so I think I can just pass in. I don't know if this takes in an entry or what this takes. I'm not sure. Those are the same game every year, yeah. It really is. That's kind of a bruh moment. Let's give this a try. Oh, that's just an object that it gets. So, that's fine. We just pass in the moving decoration. Okay, so let's try this now. Boom. Still frickin' does the thing, though. And it's also not selecting this thing anymore for some reason, even though I'm setting it to select. I think it might be because it's clicking immediately on itself and then not doing it. It's possible. It's quite annoying, though. This can been called a bro moment, yeah. They charge $80, yeah, it's so expensive. I don't like how the new game price is even more, because all it's done is just made the separation between indie and AAA worse, you know? It's stupid. But whatever. Okay, so this does work, but again, when I click on it to another decoration, it just like selects that one now. I need to fix that. So let's go into, where is it? The tank menu. And so normally, I think it's just because it's immediately calling this frame again over here. I'll probably just make it so I can't select another thing until I know that I'm not already selecting something, if that makes sense. So where is it? All right, it's gonna be like inside of the decoration itself or whatever, right? So not decoration, but tank object. Oh, I thought it would have been there. No, it's not there. It's in the tank cursor object, right? Australia, we were lucky to get a AAA game for under 100. Yeah, that's the thing too, is AAA games don't localize their pricing, so for some people it's just completely impossible.
Order 3 pounds of cheddar cheese for cheese time.
This is why I wear headphones, guys. Do you have something like chat control in the US? Not that I'm aware of. Let me remember what chat control is all about. That's a bright moment. Yeah, so basically 1984. No, that's not really a thing here, at least as far as I'm aware of. I mean, that's the thing, it might be happening and I just don't know. But no, I don't think. I think there's some ultra specific cases where things like this can be done, but it's usually like, it's not just all the time. I think it's only if you're like a convicted felon or something. I'll say, hey, Zorkenheimer, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. What's going on? Yeah, how's it going? What were you up to today on your stream? But yeah, with this thing, I think it's only like if you have like if the FBI or whatever has like legal reason to investigate you, then all, you know, things are, they're allowed to do whatever they want. But yeah, it's pretty insane though. But yeah, anyways. Yeah, chat control's stupid. I think it's a little bit too much. There's ways to prevent bad things happening like that without monitoring every single private encrypted text. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Anyways, disassembly and slash decompilation shenanigans on the Famicom. That's awesome, yeah. It's crazy, man. Doing all the assembly stuff is so epic. I don't know how to do that stuff. Yeah, I've never messed with any of those like really old languages like assembly and stuff like that. It probably would be sort of fun one day. But I don't know, it's intimidating. There is that one game actually that's like programming and assembly that I might get. I think it's called like PIS. I don't know if it's this one. It's one of these. I actually, I think it is this, where you program an assembly, I'm pretty sure. I think it's assembly. I don't really know if it is or not, to be honest. But something like that might be kind of fun, like gamifying it. I don't know. Maybe one day. Yeah, this one is fantastic, yeah. It's assembly made just for that game? Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because you've got to basically, like, with assembly, you, like, control manually, like, the flow of code, right? Which is very fascinating. Yeah. You have to, like, say, move here to this address on the register. And yeah. It's pretty insane. Okay, sorry, I probably missed a million messages in here. Yeah, I just don't buy anything over 40 euros. That's fair. Doesn't matter if it's the best game ever made or a game that was made by one guy in 10 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I hate AAA games. Expensive. Yeah. Too much money. Honestly, I think the new price helps indies. Yeah, it makes more people see AAA ain't worth it. Yeah, that's fair. There's pros and cons. I mean, it sucks because it means I can't buy those games anymore, but because they're too expensive. But anyways, yeah, it has like an entire manual. Yeah, it's got this whole like this stuff. Yeah, anyways, we've been just up to some little decoration things today. I'm getting it set up so you can like move decorations around. Because it's really nice to be able to just click move like that and just move this to wherever you want without having to delete it and buy it again. So that's kind of what we're working on. There's some bugs I got to work out, which is like if you modify this decoration or rotate it and scale it and then move it, it doesn't save those. It's like creating technically a new decoration. So I'm just going to fix that. But right now what we're working on is fixing this issue in here where if you move a decoration onto another decoration, it like selects the other decoration. It's really weird. So I'm looking in here on how I can fix that issue from happening. I think it might actually be because of this stuff. So I think if I just say here, return, that might actually do it. Let's try it out. So then I move another thing onto it and boom. No, it's still doing the same garbage. Now it does that, like it is selecting the one that I moved. That is what I want to happen. Like after I move a decoration, I want it to be selected, right? But it doesn't select it for some reason, which is really weird. I'm trying to figure out what's going on there, you know? I mean, I have it there, like, selected, so... Like, I'm passing it in as the object to be selected and everything, so I don't know why it's not working. It's really odd. So, hey, Kodal, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, welcome in. We're just working on Lured In today. I'm trying to fix some weird bugs with moving the decorations. Like, so when I move it, it technically has this menu visible over here, but it doesn't have like a selected object set here. It's really strange. I'm just trying to figure out why that's happening, you know? Because when I call this set selected fish, right, I'm passing in the object to select. So I say, if not selected object, then get rid of the old one, you know, and then set the selected one to the new one. So I don't know why that wouldn't be working, you know? I'm gonna print out what this value is in here. See if this has anything to do with it. It's gonna... Oh god, okay. So let's see. So I hit move. So it sets it to null because we selected a null object. Then I move it. And it shows that it has a valid object there, right? So that's the thing to me right now that's like kind of a... It's not a visual bug. It's just not saving like the reference to it for some reason. So I'm trying to figure that out right now. So we're just gonna kind of go through all the code and figure out at what moment that's happening, you know? So I don't think it's anything in here. We can go to the end of here and print it out just to make sure, right? So you can clearly see it's printing it out successfully in there, but it's like it gets unselected somehow, and I really don't know how. And I'm getting a couple weird errors thrown in here. What is all this? Oh, is this just the Steam's not? Yeah, that's nothing. So I don't know why it doesn't save itself, you know? It's really weird. What's your game about? It's an aquarium management game, so you travel out to different areas, collect fish, you bring them back to your aquarium, you can put them on display in your tanks, and then you make passive income. You can spend your money on a bunch of different upgrades and stuff. So yeah, that's the whole idea of the game. Buy some of these. Yeah, just trying to get this worked out. I really don't know what's going on here. It's so odd. It's like something's purposely unselecting it, you know? That's sort of what it feels like is happening here, which is really strange. But amidst those two, for all the decorations changing, maybe that's what's happening. Is that technically the object doesn't exist anymore by the time it gets to there. You know? So maybe I need to call this. And then now I do that. It's still trying to select it though. Now, what happens if I say null? So I do this, I call null, and then return. Does that just cancel the selection? Because that would be fine. Okay. So that does fix it. So I'm pretty sure what's happening here is that whenever I regenerate the tank or call decoration changed, what happens is, well, so I don't know if I need to call decorations changed. So that's for a specific tank. Okay, yeah, I do call that. Because all these decorations, it looks like nothing happens, but they all get completely regenerated, I'm pretty sure. So whenever that happens, it's why it's broken. Now, one option is that we just say that we just don't emit these signals. And I don't know what that's going to do. It might kind of break everything. Yeah. So that's not a good idea. I shouldn't do that. But anyways, I think this will be fine then. I mean, it's the ability to move stuff. And odds are you aren't going to like move a thing and move it again. So it kind of makes sense to not have it pre-selected, I guess. It's fine. It's good enough. It does the function that I want it to do. So that's all that matters. And then these guys, I need to change it so that they retain their like scaling. And it's really easy to do that. So Let's just go do it really quick. Are you gonna do it so you already or have a setting to enable the old font? I don't think I will, honestly, just because I want to start kind of designing the game around the new font that I'm actually going to be using. And the problem with the old font is it doesn't have support for all the characters that I need, right? So kind of like it's going to cause problems if I leave it in the game. That's the truth of it, to be real. Yeah, I just think it's better to focus on this font. I mean, it still kind of gives off the same vibe. I know it's a little weird getting used to, but I think it's going to be for the better to not try and support multiple font types. Like, I will definitely have, obviously, the normal font, you know, so you can disable, like, the pixelization. Because some people don't like how pixelized this font is, right? But yeah, having, like, 2 different pixel art fonts, I think, would start to become quite a headache to manage. So, and that's, like, something somebody could mod in one day, you know? But yeah, I think for now, I kind of want to avoid that, to be real. And it seems like universally almost everybody enjoys the new font anyways, so. Yeah, I don't know. I would if there was a good reason to, but I worry it'll just be confusing. Like, why is there this other font that's like almost the exact same as the current font, but just a little harder to read, you know? So. Okay, so now what I want to do here. Let's go into... I need to go into the decoration menu. So in here. And this is on move pressed. So we say set held. And we pass in the moving decoration, right? So in here, instead of doing what I was doing before, where I like delete the old one and make a new one, we're just gonna literally move it, right? So here's what I'm doing here, right? I set the old decoration to an empty string to clear it, and that's good and fine. But then the new one here, yeah, I need to set all the stuff, right? Tricky, because there's a lot of code that gets ran in here. I'll just pass in an optional thing, like for entry, right? As a dictionary, and by default, it'll just be an empty dictionary. And that way I can do this, so ignore that one. So here now, for entry, am I not clearing the new entry? There might be a potential bug here, actually, that happens. I'm not sure. Why is that still complaining? Oh, this is unused. So I want to try something. If I have a decoration over here and I make it wacky, and I delete it, and then I move this one into that spot. Okay, no, it doesn't do that, so I don't know why it... I guess it's because whenever you clear out the... Yeah, I say entry.clear when I delete it, so that's why. When was the last time you actually played through your own game? I played through it sort of recently. When was that? I think it was like last week I did like a full playthrough. I do want to do that again before this update comes out. I always try and do that for every big update. It is really time consuming sometimes, you know, because... it takes a long time to fully play through it all, and that's the reason why playtesting is so important, because then I get to spend my time doing things, and you guys kind of do the testing for me, right? And it's a win-win, because then you guys get to just play games, and it's fun. Entry that is... empty. Okay, hopefully this will work. So what this is going to do is set my entry to the new entry and then do all this stuff. Now this does have like decoration ID and stuff. So I am going to do this. I'm going to say decoration ID is equal to new entry.id. That should work. Okay, so now back in here, whenever I move this now, so instead of deleting the old one, I will set the old one to be nothing. But before I do that one, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to say set decoration. And I'm going to grab my, yeah, so sure, pass in the ID or whatever. But then this one, I want to say .entry. Right? So I'm curious to see what happens here now. Hopefully it'll retain its stuff, right? Oops. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna have to duplicate this entry. Because it just, they destroyed each other. There we go. So now I can rotate it and do whatever, and then boom. There we go. Because it calls clear on that entry, right? So I can't like be duplicating them. Better make sure I'm doing that in the other place too. Like, well, that one it's fine because I'm literally just directly modifying the entry. But here, since it's like a slot-based thing, it has to work this way. So, but yeah, that works. Accidental death. The only other thing I would do probably is make it so like, yo, thanks for the posture check. That when you're moving the decoration, it actually shows the proper scale and rotation and flip and stuff. So I might do that, but it's really annoying because then I got to do it on here too, and it's just. I think it's fine. For now. Alright, I think that's all fixed then. Right? As far as I can think. You can move them around. They retain their properties. You know, their rotation and flipped status and stuff. So that seems good to me. Let's just test it a little bit more. I want to make sure there's no like bugs that's gonna crash the game or something. So let's try and like move it. Yeah, I can't do any of the weird stuff. Yeah, and it retains all its stats. Copying is literally just setting it to the ID or whatever. I might make it so when you do that, it also copies over like the scale and rotation and stuff too, maybe? But I'm not gonna worry about that for now. Anyways, I think this works. Yeah. I would say so. Okay. How does one thing I'm curious about, how does like Arabic handle this? A language where it's left. It does have that on the other side, doesn't it? It's a little funny how languages like these are done. Are those not being translated? What's going on there? Did I just make a horrific mistake? I think I did. Scale and rotation. Are they doing it here? Yeah, they are. What's going on there? Is that a new mistake? I wonder what happened. You killed Grandpa. Oh. Pull a bulk at it. No, 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 no. I refuse. Let's go find out why it's happening. Oh, is this something easier? Oh. I probably just didn't do it. It's probably like that the whole time. No, so it is being translated. Ooh. I don't know why it's not working though. How is that possible? I really don't know why that's not working. What? What? Ooh? All of a sudden it started working. What's going on here? Oh, it's just like not updating properly. That's really what's happening here. But that's kind of weird. Why wouldn't it update the info panel? Doesn't it always update? Ooh. Streams tagged under Ask Me Anything. Almost anything. Okay, so that's set to that, and then if I go back to English. But if I click on one that's different, it actually does update. That's really odd, though. I don't know why it's like selectively doing it. Because, okay, when I click on a decoration here, where is it? Just go into aquarium cursor. When I say set, like when I set something, it should always update. Like in here. Did I accidentally just get rid of that line? I might have done something stupid like that. Whoa. Oh, that can only be for decorations, though. Oh. 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 Okay. That's the problem. We should be good now. There we go. So now if I go back to another language and check it out, it's already updated. And if I go back into English, bingo bongo. Okay. Not a problem. Why isn't this working? Why is it working? Yeah. What is my opinion on the heat death of the universe? August 12th, 2036. Yeah, that's when it's happening. It's pretty fricked up that it's gonna all die. That's why I think humanity's #1 ultimate goal should be figuring out how to reverse entropy. Yeah, that's my opinion. Because the universe kind of just becoming boring and homogenous. Pretty boring. It's kind of a lame way to go out, you know? So I say, let's stop it. Obviously, we're talking, you know, Googleplex years in the future. It's going to take a long time for that to happen. But hopefully we'll be ready by then. If I had to do Instagram my time, but IRL, yeah. It's probably possible. Anything is possible. Unless it's not, which would be pretty sad. But we'll see. I hope it's possible. Yeah, that's not translating up there either. Boom. Am I even setting that as text? Yeah, I am. Okay. Forgot to translate those. Let me do that. Just have to make the earth rotate in the opposite direction. I don't think it works like that. Anything is possible unless it's not. Wise tree once said, yeah. Am I not, do I not have choose tank as a key instead of a thing? I might not. Oops, spoiling my analytics. Let's go look. We got a lot of languages in here now that like somebody started working on for like 2 seconds and then gave up on, you know, which is kind of a bruh moment. I might remove languages that just remain untranslated because why do we have them in there then, you know? I am translating that. Why on earth ain't it working? Let's do a different wacky language. Oh, I think it's just that the language I selected didn't have it in the list of keys. Okay. That's probably all that's going on here. All right. So I probably didn't need to actually put these translation function calls here. Let's try this again. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, but that one was choose decoration spot not working. Oh. I wonder why that one wouldn't be automatically translating. But it seems like it was translating when I had it under the translation function things. Right. No, this is not working. Maybe I forgot to put that one in here. Yep. Let's add it. Hey, Wise Tree, explain mitosis. Basically, these funny little wacky goobers called cells. Sometimes they're just like, I'm just gonna like duplicate myself. Yeah, that's all you really need to know. Put it in English. Boom. Use at the top of the screen to indicate you select a decoration spot. It's kind of obvious. Okay, so I get rid of that there. Good. Good. Just gonna put those there. I'll refer to my friends with that tomorrow. Funny little wacky goobers, yeah. Speaking of tomorrow, it's almost 2 past midnight, so I'm gonna go. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you for coming in, Cosmo. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good rest of your night. Let's see here. Mona. Okay, so that's been fixed. Also, apparently this is not translating the timer down here. Yeah, where it says like 10% income boost active for whatever. Oops. I thought I was doing it. That's interesting. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Why is that not working? Did I accidentally... That's why. It's called key food boost active. Okay. That's been fixed now. So now if I go back in here, yeah, you can see it gets translated properly. Okay. Not a big deal. Should be fine in here. Yep. I can move my decorations to my heart's content. Can duplicate them to my heart's content. Cool. All right, so I think we're looking good here. I'm just gonna say fixed more issues related to keys not translating properly. I think that's all the bugs I mainly fixed. Oh yeah, also fix an issue where changing languages would not update the info panel for selected decorations properly. Alright. Hey, when people say nothing is faster than the speed of light, the speed of light is only the fastest in a vacuum. Yeah, there's like things that can go... Well, I mean, when you think about it though, I guess it is sort of still the maximum speed. Because like, okay, for example, let's say that you have the light moving through water is slower than moving through a vacuum, right? Which makes sense because it's basically bumping into particles and stuff and it slows it down. So if you had another particle moving through the same medium, that particle will also bump into the same particles and be only as fast as light in that medium, right? Now, if you had a particle that was moving that fast that has mass, it would just instantly ionize all of the particles around it. So theoretically, it would be in a vacuum because there aren't any particles around it anymore, right? But yeah. But yeah, what do you mean? Yeah, it could be faster? Like, what do you mean? Like the particles faster than the speed of light? Like, what do you mean by that? Because it's not really possible. It's not fair to compare it against the same, like, against different mediums, you know what I mean? Here, I can open Krita and draw a little diagram. But yeah, the other thing we need to fix the translation onto is when you're picking up a fish, that little thing that says freshwater. Krita. Let's come to the cursor. If a particle is moving through a vacuum, it could be faster than light moving through water. Yeah, but it's not. That's kind of unfair though, because it's not. It really doesn't. It paints the incorrect picture because, yeah, light is massless, so nothing can move faster than light. So when you're moving through something like water, right? Let's do this, for example. So you have all these little water particles and molecules sprinkled throughout here, right? So what happens when light moves through something like water, right? Photons. It hits one of these particles and it bounces. So in between these particles, it's moving the speed of light in a vacuum, right? But the reason why it's slower, quote unquote, is not because it's actually literally slower. It's just because the path it takes between these water molecules is longer, right? So this is how it works, right? Where like, if there weren't these particles here, it would be faster only because it doesn't have to take all these bounces between these. But it's always moving at the speed of light in a vacuum between all of these molecules, you know? It's never like light like hits this and then slows down and then speeds up again. It's still moving at the exact same speed. It's just that it's just taking a longer path. So yeah, you can't really say that a particle moving in a vacuum is moving faster than light through a different medium because it's just not painting. It's not like this light is literally slowing down. It's like saying a particle moving 10 meters can move faster than light that has to move 20 meters. You know what I mean? It's just not, it's not real. It's not a fair comparison. It's like saying, I can run faster than you, but I only have to take 1 step and you have to take 20 steps, right? It's, it doesn't make any sense because you're just, comparing different distances. So that's why. It's kind of, an illusion, you know, it looks like it's that light is actually slower. It's just because it's traveling farther. And that's the reason why like light inside of the center of the sun takes a really long time to exit. It's not because that light is moving slow. It's moving at the speed of light. But the sun is so dense at its core, you know, it's got a ton of these little particles around, right? Lots and lots of molecules and hydrogen and helium flowing around in here. And so when this light photon gets generated down here through fusion, it keeps bouncing around like a billion times, you know, and it gets trapped in here. And it's stuck, and that's why it takes millions of years for that photon to finally exit the sun. So yeah. Anyways, that's my little science lesson for today. Why is Critter mischievous? I had to fix this image because it was that the evil emoji. It was like a JPEG, so I had to cut out the background. I'm hungry for translation keys. I'm working on it. How's everything going? It's going good. I just added a new one actually like 1 second ago. I have a list of like a big batch of keys I'm about to add in. It's for all the new stuff for the new zones. So we got like all the new names of the fish and their descriptions. So I'm going to do this in one big batch instead of drip feeding it in. And I'll ping everybody like, hey, there's like 20 new keys in here to translate. So yeah. So we're going to do that. Also, photons are non-Euclidean, just in
Alexa,
terms of their...
launch me faster than the speed of light.
Non-Euclidean. You mean in the sense of like that they have no like real shape or something? Or what do you mean by that? Because do photons even have a size? I mean, they're massless, so that would make me think that they don't have like a physical... They're probably just kind of a point. I don't even know. Do photons have size? Yeah, they don't have like a physical dimension, right? They're like 0 dimension particles. Yeah, elementary particles don't have like sizes. So yeah, it makes sense. Interesting. Just saw the notification and realized you were on stream. Yeah. It is possible to go faster than the speed of light on water. We just talked about this. Funny enough, let me pull up my thing again. So I feel like that's always a weird thing when people say that, because it's not true. It's not like you're actually going faster than the speed of light. But we just drew out this thing. When light moves through a body of water, right? You've got these like water molecules. It's the reason why it's faster is because light is just taking a longer path. So I was saying here, it's like saying that like I can move faster than you, but I only have to take 1 step and you have to take 5 steps or whatever, you know? It's kind of an unfair comparison because light between these water molecules is still moving at the speed of light in a vacuum, because according to the light's perspective, in between here is a vacuum, right? But yeah, we just measure it through different mediums like that just for our own human perception, but it's not actually, nothing's actually ever going faster than light itself, you know? I mean, at least that's what I understand. I might be wrong, but thank you for the hydrate off rails. Yeah, move on space some curve rather than a flat plane to a path. Ah, yeah. Yeah, they've got some funny effects from their speed. It's their time dilation is insane because you moved at the speed of light. Essentially, they experience. Obviously, they don't experience anything, because they're not alive. But like, if you were moving at the speed of light, then it would be like you'd be experiencing infinite time instantaneously. It's really weird. So from a photon's perspective, the entire universe is over instantly. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. Yeah, physics is really cool. And it's so weird. I don't know, man. Don't even get me started on quantum physics. That stuff gets even way more wacky. No more music, return to nature. Nah, we'll do music today. You got no theories? Yeah, the one photon theory. I think I've heard about that before. What is that all about again? It's like the whole universe, or like, oh, it's the fact that since photons are moving, it's that every photon in the universe is one photon, right? Isn't that like the idea? Because you can't ever like directly observe, like, yeah, it's very interesting. There's so many wacky theories like that. They're so like fascinating to learn about. Honestly, it's really fun just to go through Wikipedia and go to the quantum mechanics, quantum theories page and just look at all the different things in there. Because it's so cool. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, like it's all just one particle that travels through all of time interacting with itself. Yeah, right. And it's so interesting because, like, theoretically, it's possible that it could just be one particle. It would be pretty insane. I mean, it's a little odd of a theory, but it's interesting. It's an interesting thought experiment to think about. Like, I mean, technically it's possible. And I don't even know if it's anything we'll ever be able to, like, I mean, maybe one day we figure out better ways to observe things, and maybe we do observe a photon or realize it's not non-Euclidean or something, but yeah, it's one of those things where we might never be able to actually prove it for sure, you know? It's the same thing with, like, whether we're in, like, a simulated universe. Like, will we actually really ever be able to prove it? It's hard to say. It's not that it's underrated. They just teach you the theory most of the time when they could show you practical applications of physics and math. Yeah. That's true. It's a funny one, yeah. I've heard about Newcomb's paradox. I've definitely heard about a lot of this stuff in passing. Newcomb's paradox. Let's see. Involving a decision problem where a player must decide whether to take one or two blocks of conditions where a being, often called the predictor, is able to predict the player's choices with near certainty. Okay. So, what's going on here? So, if box A is transparent or open, always contain a visible 1000. Okay. And box B is opaque, and the content has been set. Okay. So basically, the predictor predicts which person... But, I mean, yeah, the content depends on the prediction, so... Wait. Infallible... No decisional event. Interesting. Yeah, right? Like, the choice is probabilistically dependent on the player's choice. So, yeah, it's interesting. It basically just means that it's guaranteed to be correct because it's based off of what, yeah, I guess that's why it's a paradox. How's this related, fish? This is really important, guys. I want to give people false dichotomies all the time. No. For a second I thought it had something to do with Jeffrey Combs' Star Trek fame. Oh yeah. Yeah, anyways, interesting. Yeah, there's so much cool stuff, guys. Theory is always very interesting. Yeah, there's no right or wrong answer, just perspectives, yeah. Fish are made of subatomic particles as well. That's true, that's true. They are indeed. Yeah, I always have really enjoyed that kind of stuff. Imagine like actually doing that as a job is not as glorious, obviously, because it's not like you get to just theorize all day long. Like, all of your theory will have to be provable and related to math, you know? It's not valuable to society to just think about things and propose ideas. It has to, like, be proven and financially profitable. So that would be really your job, I imagine, as like a quantum researcher. But it's definitely neat. But yeah, the math part is, I don't want to do that. So yeah, like high level math, when you get into stuff like that, like quantum math, and no. I'm out. I don't know if that sounds very good. I mean, it's super neat, right? The concepts, but actually doing it, no, I don't know. All right, let's go see if this works now. God, it's a little backwards. Yeah, so now it shows, okay. And why is choose, oh, it's probably just because it hasn't been translated in Arabic. That's fine. All right, so that's all looking pretty good now. Cool. So those translation keys are fixed. Me scared, yeah. Not like anything with 4 or more variables, yeah. Once you hit more than 4, it gets a little wacky, a little insane. Some of those formulas for like are just insane. Like, well, you know, like we think of a math formula and it's just like this one little line and you see the steps and it's solved. But like stuff like that is like 5 pages of a formula. Yeah, it's like insane stuff. I wonder if I could find like an example. Quantum physics math calculations. But I bet this stuff is just absolutely insane. This is even, I don't know if this is real or not, but if this is real, like that's insane, you know? But that's one. Yeah, here, list of equations in quantum mechanics. And like some of these are not too bad, but then you look at like this stuff and it's like you just have like one letter here. And then you realize to calculate this one letter or whatever, it's like this massive block of more calculations to do, right? So that's what's always funny about these. These are so like abstracted beyond oblivion that it looks really simple, but it's actually like absolutely insane to calculate one of these things. You know, that's why we have computers do it. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Equations. The Schrödinger equation. Oh, these are just... No, this is the Schrödinger equation, yeah. Time dependent. But there's all these, like, see, look at all this. It's so much. It's like, these are derived from these, and these are derived from these, and to calculate this thing, you need to do all this, and... It was a little bit like this when I was doing linear algebra, not nearly to this level, because this is insane, but sometimes those linear algebra calculations get really annoying just because of how big they are. It'd be like half a page for like one little math formula. It's like, oh my god. Oh. Don't understand how anyone can orient in it. Yeah, like so close together and stuff. Yeah, don't even know what that trident looking letter is. Yeah, I mean, these are all just like, there's so many like variables you have to know. It's a time-dependent state vector. You know, it's like so wacky. That's insane. Yeah, linear algebra, it's used a lot in like graphics programming and stuff. That has a lot of big formulas that you have to calculate and a lot of letters. It's nothing like quantum, like crazy physics stuff, I'm sure, but it's still quite annoying. There's another thing with these two is like, you look at something like this and like U and stuff in V, like these are all massive, a lot of times infinite like sets of numbers and characters and stuff. So like when you multiply a vector, or not a vector, a matrix, you're multiplying like all of these numbers contained within this variable. So it's just really annoying to calculate all this stuff because you have to do like a million different calculations. These haunt my dreams, dude. I hate all this garbage. I'm so glad I got through this course because I hated it. It's required for computer science for some reason.
Refactoring as things come up. For example, I am making a game and have weapon resources. I made a bool for 2_handed vs 1-handed, but had weapons hard-coded to the right hand, only to realize when I added the bow that the bow animation requires the bow to be in the left hand with the right hand drawing the arrow back. How do you stay ahead of these types of things when you are making games?
I feel it. I'll get to that in 1 second. I'm going to respond to everything else, and then we're going to chat about that. I've heard you have to learn to do it on paper before doing it on a computer. Yeah, they forced me to do it on paper, which is, I'm going to be real, it was a little stupid. I wish they would have just let me write things down on my computer, because it started to hurt my hand a lot, writing that much every day. I mean, there is a certain aspect of it where you want to understand visually what these things look like, because linear algebra is a very visual kind of math where it's like you're working with like planes and geometries and stuff, but yeah, I mean, it's important to understand the concepts behind it, but even graphics programmers that do a lot of linear algebra never directly calculate their linear algebra. So, I mean, it's important to know the theory, but it's kind of ridiculous to force people to do all the low-level stuff over and over and over. In my class, like, we learned all the basics, how to multiply matrices, but then it's like I just kept having to do everything by hand. And it's like, it's not hard to multiply these things once you know how, right? It's just stupid. The class that I took and the teacher was so hard set on everything being manually written, and it sucked, and everybody hated the class so much. I think there was actually some like people went to like the education board and stuff, and it was yeah, it was a whole thing. But I am so glad I'm done with that. Anyways, so let's respond to this now. So yeah, do I catch myself refactoring as things comes up? So refactoring is an endless battle. There's always refactoring to be done, and it's fine. I don't think refactoring is a bad thing necessarily, because it's impossible to ever plan out every single possibility from the very beginning. It definitely gets easier as time goes on and you just have more practice with things. You start to think like, you have a better vision for the scope of your game and stuff, and so you know which things you can kind of push to the side and which things need that flexibility and that future proofing, right? But yeah, refactoring is always going to happen. Refactoring is not a bad thing. Like literally today we've been just basically refactoring, like going through all the decorations and stuff and like how to move those. That's a lot of refactoring my old functions and stuff, because I didn't program it with that stuff in mind. But it didn't really take me that long or anything to refactor that stuff, right? Like it works. So yeah, refactoring is normal. I think the big thing that helps with avoiding as much refactoring as possible is like, don't just add in flexibility for everything just because you might need it, because that's not a good way to program. You're going to waste so much time on things that you never actually need. So I think it comes so much more in the design process. Like, have a super clear vision on the scope of your game and exactly like what features you're going to be adding, because then if you know that, you can avoid accidentally scope creeping and doing things that's too extra, you know? So that's the big thing I would say is like, really go through your whole grand concept for your game, write down all your mechanics, think about every possibility that might happen, and then you can program with that in mind. I think that's really important. But you know, if refactoring comes up, it's not a bad thing. I think it's important. And don't push off the refactoring, you know? If something needs refactoring, just do it and get it done, because future development and programming is going to be better for it, you know? It's important to not push the refactoring until another day, because that's when things go bad. Yeah, anyways, hopefully that's helpful. Doing CS now and looking forward to stuff. I wasn't either, but it's like the worst part of it. Once you get through it, you're good, and you're never going to use it ever again. Also, we have ads going on. I apologize. Oh, but yeah, it's a bro moment. You don't look like a... I have lost some weight recently, but... It's supposed to encourage critical thinking or something. I'm fine with like a little bit of it, but I think it's the fact that I was still doing like basic addition and multiplication for all the matrices at like the very end of the course. That was the thing to me that was like, okay, this is a little stupid. Yeah, and all of our like quizzes and stuff were completely on paper, and it's just like, it's dumb, because the important part about it is that you understand the theory and how to do it. And if you know how to do it and the theory, then you can use a computer and you'll get the same results. It's just faster and easier, and you're not going to destroy your hand trying to do it. You know? It's always really frustrating. I hated that class so much. That's probably the worst class I've ever taken. By far. Ugh. I don't like writing matrices. It's time consuming, yeah. Yeah, some teachers refuse to update to new standards. Yeah, my teacher was just so set on, this is the way I did it, and you have to do it too. I don't know. Very frustrating. But it's like, it's just insane, because literally every single class that I had ever taken at my university used like this unified online portal for all the quizzes and everything and stuff like that, right? And it works really nice. All my stuff is centralized in one place. I can do it wherever I want. I don't need to have a bunch of paper and pencils and stuff on hand all the time. It's so much easier to learn when it's done digitally, in my opinion. But so that's why it was so frustrating that was the one class ever that I've ever taken that required everything to be written down on paper. All the tests, all the quizzes, all of it had to be paper for some reason. And also another thing that's really frustrating too is it just makes everything harder. Like, one thing that's nice about digital stuff is you can like submit your assignments whenever you want. You know, I can submit it late at night when I'm free and I'm not doing stuff. So it's just so much more flexible for everybody and all the different schedules, because a lot of people work jobs and stuff like that in university. So having to submit everything on paper is really frustrating, because you have to keep going to his office and giving him the stuff physically. And then the other problem too is like, I commuted back and forth. So like there's days where like I don't have any classes, so I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna stay home. And then all of a sudden he's like, all right, you gotta give me your test now, today. And I have to drive down, give him a piece of paper, and drive home. Anyways, I'm ranting, but it's so dumb. It's such a waste of time and energy and effort and just everything. And it also like just made me hate the class so much that it started to diminish my ability to actually learn anything, because it was such a Herculean effort to do something in the class that I didn't even care anymore and I didn't want to know anymore. So it kind of ruined everything. Ruined any modicum I had of interest in linear algebra. I'm done. Yeah, math is stupid. I mean, math is cool, but not that math is stupid, but sometimes the way that people teach math is stupid. It's really frustrating. Anyways, sorry for yeah, I'm done. Can't take it anymore. Okay, so I want to draw some new decorations, right? Let's do that. We're gonna draw some like big rocks and stuff. Sprites. And then what are we doing here? I don't know how big I want these to be. I think probably around like the size of this guy is like a decent thing. We'll see. You're trying to log in on the game? I know, we are, I know. I just had to rant for a minute because it's so frustrating. What's a nice rock in here that I like? I like this rock. Something like that could be nice. Right, I want this rock to be pretty large, compared to the other decorations we already have, right? Let's just draw some stuff out and like put a rock down in here. Something up. Like a mound over here, maybe another rock here. And this will be like a large rock. I'll probably also have some like tiny rocks that people can put around and stuff too. I don't know if this really looks good or not. So we're just messing around, trying to figure out what looks good. Alright, so now let's figure out if I actually like this rock or if I want to delete it. It's a little too tall. Most of these rocks should be sort of like almost a side view. But yeah, this should be fine here. Let's get this color over here. I think math stupid would be like being mad at water because some random dude's flat. Yeah, it's not that math is stupid. Math is really cool. And there's, I mean, it is really the language of our universe. I mean, obviously we invented it, but you know. There's so many things that work with math so surprisingly well. It is an extremely important, you know, thing that we have as human beings. But yeah, I'm not angry at math. I'm angry at my stupid teacher that I hate. That's who I'm actually angry at. I'm pretty sure he got like removed from the school. Like he was like fired because of how terrible of a job he did. And I won't say exactly because I don't know for sure, but my grade got an adjustment after that class. I got given a free grade, and I think it's because the board did something about him and he was fired. So yeah. That's all I'll say. Because I was doing really bad in the class, guys. I had a really bad grade. And then I was like, oh man, I'm going to have to retake this class. And then I look at my grades after graduation and I'm like, oh, I passed. Okay. I guess it's fine then. I'm not going to question it. I'm not going to look into it any further. I'm just going to assume that it was a, you know, there must have been a reason for it. Hopefully it wasn't an accident and they come back and they're like, actually, that wasn't supposed to happen. Now we have to revoke your degree. That would be pretty bad. Nah, I think that would be like illegal at this point, you know? Yeah, good riddance to that frickin' class, dude. I'm so done. Just can't take it anymore, you know? After a certain point. All right, so we're drawing a rock. Hopefully this rock will actually end up looking good by the end of it. I don't know. I'm gonna do this. I want to recolor a lot of this here. Just kind of going through and shading in a couple things here and there. Things should be shaded, you know. I'm not as good at drawing rocks as I am at trees, unfortunately. They're a little bit trickier, in my opinion. Because trees are organic and you can kind of get away with, like, mistakes easier, I feel like. But sometimes with rocks, it's like... it's kind of obvious if there's something that doesn't look right. Okay, now we're gonna do some shading there. Like a little bit over here. Maybe a decoration for these dead-looking branches. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's yeah, like driftwood. I definitely want to throw in some of those for sure. That's gonna be the plan. I should have like a shadow here, I guess. Let's see, a lot of teachers are responsible for the general opinion that math is boring. Yeah. I mean, it's true, man. They just don't do a good job. A lot of them. I have had some math teachers that were great. Like a lot of my high school teachers always did a really good job, you know? They like cared about the material. They also worked hard to like inspire you know, learning, which is another really big thing that I always think was a great thing. Where like they talk about like how cool it is and like there's a lot of like projects and stuff I got to work on that was like fun, you know. There's like one where it's like, all right, you want to make a repeating geometric shape and make like a physical diagram of it, you know. And it's just fun to work on stuff like that because see, this is the thing. Having fun is by far the most important thing when you're learning stuff, you know? It's just so important. It's pretty insane. If you're not having fun with something, you're gonna have a really hard time learning. It's so important for teachers to make the learning process enjoyable. Because whenever I've had fun with something, I excel, you know? I learn so much. But then when I'm struggling and I have to do things that are way too hard and not really teaching me anything, that's when I don't learn anymore. So I hope teachers realize that, because man, it's really important. And that's why I always say whenever people like ask me, you know, how to get better at game development and stuff, like really, I say have fun, and I don't mean that just to have fun and enjoy yourself, but it truly is the most optimal way to learn. Like, if you're not having fun, you're going to be worse at learning. It's just a fact, you know? So it's so important. Like, really, work on the projects that you have fun with, because you will learn more and be a better programmer. Imagine that on top of all that, having dyslexia. Yeah, that would be pretty tricky. Yeah, that's why school for me is practically impossible to do, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of problems with sort of the modern way we teach people and stuff like that. Well, I think the problem is just that it's not modern. Like, so much of teaching is so outdated, you know? I wish we would change the format. Oh god. I really wish it was fun first, you know, and that was always the focus with school. Because when you think about, like, just in terms of how, like, we learn too in history, historically, like in nature, that's why we play and we make games, because it's good for learning. You know? Yeah, I really do believe that having fun is the primary way, like, biologically we're supposed to learn, you know? And it's a shame that we don't do it enough. Because, yeah, it's just insane. I really don't like math in school because I'm in 9th grade and our teachers are still teaching us medians, which we learned in 4th grade. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, I went through that pretty quick. Yeah, I don't know. This is the other problem too with modern day learning, is everybody is on the same track. You know what I mean? Where, like, even if you are doing a really good job and you're interested in a particular course of study and it's, like, super fascinating to you and stuff, you don't really get to do it. Here's another thing that's broken with learning, right? That I'm gonna rant about now. Is we judge people's ability to learn and intelligence off of just such a slim category of concepts and topics, right? And it's really unfair, because some people just suck at math, and that's fine. Not everybody has to be a mathematician, but still, like, your grades and your ability and is based off of that grade for math, even if you hate math. Like, you could be amazing at music or art or do all these incredible things, but if you don't get a good score on your math SAT, then you miss out on so much opportunity, right? And that's always a very frustrating thing. I mean, it's not that, like, I ever did particularly bad at any one subject, but there's so many people that I've seen that, like, clearly have skill and they can do amazing things, but they've just been told so many times that, you know, you can't, you're stupid because you didn't do good at math, right? And that's so dumb. I wish learning was like, I just wish people should have more control over what they get to learn, in my opinion. Like, kids should be able to be like, I think this path that I can go down with school is super fascinating to me. I want to learn this, right? And I think it is important to learn a little bit of everything, just so you know, you have a general knowledge of it all. But why not let people learn the things they're interested in? I don't know, anyways. Just ranting. We'd be a better society for it, you know? Every single thing we have to do always has to be in your free time, you know? Why can't it just be the thing that I do in my full time? I don't know. It's frustrating. Anyways. Is programming a scientific calculator a nice way to learn the basics? It can definitely be good for just learning, like, logic flow and stuff like that, and yeah, how to do some basic programming. I would say it's not a bad idea. I always think any kind of project-based learning like that is really helpful, because that's the way I always learn the most. Is I like think of a program that I want to create, and then I set out and do it. Because then you get to kind of go through all the aspects of development, you know, stuff like just all the things, designing it initially. You know, logic, operations, and all the stuff. That's why projects are good. Okay, this rock is almost where I want, I think. Probably just gonna outline it. The biggest mistake with school is valuing the grades over the knowledge. Yeah. That's really dumb. School. I do really feel liberated by not being in school anymore, you know? Because, like, now learning things, it goes from being this negative into being cool again. And it's very disappointing that it's that way. You don't want... I don't think we should... I think it's bad to build a society where learning is viewed as a negative, right? I think that's dumb. But it really is kind of true for a lot of people, where they have such a bad time in school that they just don't even want to learn anything new anymore. And it's very sad. Because I'm sure a lot of those people would actually enjoy it if they gave it a try and focused on having fun first and foremost. But it's just been tarnished. Learning has to be opt-in to be interesting, basically. Yeah, and I think, like, that's the thing is, like, I mean, I don't know if it should be opt-in, but, like, there should be more control. Like, you should be allowed to, and you do get a bit of that finally in university, but especially, like, through grade school and stuff, it's just completely, like, all planned out ahead for you. Like, I don't know, it's frustrating. And there's like clubs and stuff, but they don't count for any academic credit, which seems like a wasted opportunity in my opinion. Oops. I don't know, this is frustrating. All right, I think I like how this rock is looking. I might make it more of like a blue tone, more of like an ocean rock, you know? We'll mess around with the colors. Although I kind of suck at rocks, I think this isn't actually too bad. It looks like a rock. Hopefully it's not too distracting in the background. We'll have to figure that out. Let's see, education there for the workforce. I think fun or useful. I mean, it doesn't even do that, yeah. It doesn't prepare you at all for the workforce. I don't know. I just think there's a lot of problems with the way we value humans in society. I'm gonna be real. Like, people should be able to do the things that are fun to them as a job, right? And actually start preparing for those jobs in school, finding what they enjoy, and then learning how to do that in the real world. Like, if you really love drawing, it would be cool if you could just study art and get really good at art. But, oh well. Yeah, have I released anything on itch? Yeah, I've released a whole bunch of things on itch. Oh yeah, you sent the link there. Mostly just game jams and stuff. We did actually just put the font up that I made for Laridan on here too. Yeah, a lot of game jams in here. This one I did for the GMTK 2024. Or was it 2023? Yikes, it's 3 years ago. Ouroboros was one I did with Adagon and a couple other people. Intelligence Acquired I did for Down to Jam. It's like this little Morse code game. I didn't even put screenshots in here. I'm not gonna bother. Toll Keeper is one I did where it's like this train game where you gotta keep your train fueled. It was kind of fun actually working on this one. Maybe one day I'll come back to Coal Keeper and make it a real game. We'll see. Pizza Pit. This is an idle game I did for the self-hosted one we did, Idle-a-thon. Yeah, Big Moat we did for the Big Mo Jam. It's a tower defense game. The balancing is really bad though in this one. But it's okay. Starground demo. Dice for Days is one I did just for fun. This is making a game in 4 hours challenge. I did this like a week ago or something, or 2 weeks ago. But this is kind of a fun little challenge, having to make a game in 4 hours. It was really hard, but yeah, I think it turned out pretty good though. Anyways, says that's that. Yeah, you don't learn taxes in school. Really like unemployment. It's like I haven't tried getting a job though. Yeah. Yeah, being unemployed does kind of suck a little bit. It's bittersweet because you do have free time to do things you want to do, but also, yeah, it sucks. But I know who the king of Belarus 504 BC is, and the name is Third Butler. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, unfortunately the world runs on crappy jobs. Don't think anyone really thinks cleaning septic tanks are fun or stocking shelves at a store. Yeah. No. Yeah, I don't know. But this is why it's complicated, right? It's a big, messy system. So, I don't know. You can't really say there's like one easy solution to everything, you know? Because even though I do think fun-centric learning is the best, it's not always like possible for everything, right? So, I don't know. This is messed up. Septic tank cleaning videos on YouTube make the job look pretty fun. They do look pretty satisfying, I'm not gonna lie. It wouldn't be the worst thing ever, you know? To be real. I think there is a certain enjoyment to be had with jobs like those, where it's just sort of like, you don't have to stress yourself out mentally so hard. Like, you just go in, do your thing, and you're done, you know? That's your work for the day. There is definitely a I don't know, a certain comfort in a job like that. Seems very low stress. Yeah, they're nice if you can't sense the smell. You probably get pretty used to the smell, honestly. I imagine at a certain point, like, if you're smelling that stuff all day long, your nose is just gonna not even react to it anymore. It's cleaner, please don't romanticize jobs. I mean, definitely not romanticizing it. I definitely would prefer a different job. But every job definitely has pros and cons, you know? That's sort of my point, I guess. Like, being self-employed, for example, is a lot of mental strain, you know? It's an enormous amount. Because you have to manage everything and you're driving the whole thing forward, right? There's so many, like, all the business stuff that you have to do. It's insane. There's so many forms and things that you have to file, and you have to, and being self-employed is hard too, because you have to like pay all these different fees and stuff, like at least in the US specifically, but you've got like self-employment tax and all that kind of stuff, and it's it's a lot mentally to juggle. Not gonna lie. Yeah, there are some days where I wish I could just not worry about stuff, but it's hard. Thinking about what colors I want to go for this. I could do like more of a blue vibe on this rock. I could see what that looks like. Definitely won't do like green. I'm just kind of experimenting with colors right now, seeing if there's anything I like. The green isn't actually too bad. I kind of like the blue for this rock, but we might do some other colored rocks eventually. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it. Tax, what's that? Tax is our bro moment. Oh man, don't even get me started on like paying other people too. It's like a whole thing. It's a nightmare. Because one thing that sucks about being self-employed is like, if you pay somebody, you still have to pay your taxes on that money that you don't have anymore, right? Like if I make $1,000 and I pay somebody $500, I still have to pay taxes on $1,000. So it's just it's so frustrating sometimes. There's a lot of stress involved. But of course there's pros. I haven't really been feeling many of the pros yet. Maybe someday. Let's go put this decoration in. Kind of need a new country to form as its constitution adapt to the modern time. The cycle, the infinite cycle. Someone send those Mr. Beast is giving X cryptocurrency on the Discord server. Oh yeah, we get that stuff all the time. I always go in, I see like all these the little dots on these like channels, and then there's no new messages, and I'm like, ah yeah, must have been a funny moment. Yeah, they always come in, but we just ban them instantly. It's honestly a waste of time. I don't know why they even bother. I'll make this rock a little less expensive than the Starground plush. Some of these decorations, eventually I'd love them to be unlocked through achievements, and that's... I did say in the title, it's something I maybe want to take a look at today. Let's see. I think rock will be at -48. Yeah. Tank is true. Let's go give this a try. That wasn't you were romanticizing, by the way. Just met the YouTube videos. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. Yeah, it's one of those things where I think with jobs is the grass is always greener on the other side, you know? A job might seem cool and epic, but if you actually knew the reality of it, I think it's not as epic as you would think. I mean, there's a reason why, you know, people do jobs. It's to do things other people don't want to do, you know, if that makes sense. So it's like, obviously, for example, even just something like being a YouTuber. I know this is, of course, being a YouTuber is epic, but there are a lot of things that suck with content creation as somebody that has done a lot of content creation in the past, right? Like that constant requirement to continually search for new topics to talk about and stuff like that is really draining sometimes, you know? It kind of sucks. And you don't ever get like a break. You know, if you stop uploading one day, then that's it. Your channel is... the algorithm treats you like dirt, pushes you to the side, and you're done. So that's definitely one of the things I've noticed with content creation stuff is that like once you step on to the hamster wheel, if you ever stop, you get punished. And that really sucks sometimes. I mean, to be fair, it's like that with a lot of jobs. It's not like you can just get up and quit. right? But specifically with content creation, you have to constantly be on top of everything. And there's so many things you have to do. Like, you've got to record all your footage. You've got to edit all your footage. You've got to write the scripts. It's a lot of work. And hiring anybody is way too expensive, so... yeah. Maybe one day I'd hire an editor. It would be pretty nice. If I get monetized on YouTube, it's definitely something that I would love to take a look at, you know? Because, yeah, it's a lot, man. Ooh, let's see. What description do I want for SpongeBob reference? It's a rock. All right. That should be good. We got the big rock guy. Then let's do a smaller rock. I want to have, like, I think 3 sizes of rocks. So that's the big rock, you know. I want to do one that's a little smaller. That's a medium rock. And we'll just draw out some blobs here. All right, so we'll just have something like this shape, I think. Wait a minute. I don't know how I feel about this rock shape. Let me add another thing over here. Gotta be careful out here. Okay. A rock. This will be the medium rock, and then we're going to do a tiny guy. I think that's a good size difference between the two, probably. I want to make sure the medium does actually feel medium, you know? This guy should have a little bit more roundness. Okay. I think this looks pretty decent shape-wise. Let's cut that one. Might do one more pixel here. Maybe like that. Then round this up a little bit more. I think it might be just a little bit too long horizontally, so let's push that guy in. Yeah, I think that'll work. Now, the only thing with this rock is it is sort of a top-down perspective compared to the large one. I gotta kind of change it, right? So I'm probably just gonna kind of thin out a lot of these sections in here. Oops. Just to kind of like tilt the rock up, you know, like that. Now we have to go through and like kind of clean it up and fix it, but I think this will be better. It'll look better inside of the tank, I think. Oops. Let's see. Why is there a Godot 3 and Godot 3 C#/net? Yeah, I think that might be... I don't know, I haven't actually ever used Godot 3, so I'm not 100% sure. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that's... it might have been a little bit different back in those days with how they did C# support, maybe. That's the only thing I could think of. Oops. Let's see... Let's do maybe another little guy here. I want Another face over here. I'm gonna bring this up a lot more over here. Kind of bring that up around to the other direction over here. Okay, we're getting there. I don't like how, like, normal this guy is up here. I want to be a little wackier. I don't like this one either. Alright, we're almost there, I think. And then just like one in here, I think. Would be good. Oh man, I am really hungry. Yeah, it looks like a medium rock. I might kind of shape this stuff a little bit more. Okay. Now we're gonna color all this dark. Boom. All right. Yeah, you also have Godot. Okay, so it is the same. Okay. .NET version. Yeah, it must be just so you can do the C# build. Did I learn any language in school except English? Yeah, I learned Spanish. I mean, to be honest, I don't really remember much of that very well. It's just because, like, I'm not exposed to any other language except English, right? So when I try and learn another language, immersion's really important for retaining your knowledge of languages, you know? Like, I mean, I don't know a lot of languages, but, like, I imagine if you speak a native language and then move somewhere to, like, the UK or something, and you start just speaking English all the time, you probably sort of like start to forget a little bit of your your language, you know? I think it's just really hard to keep up with it because there's no like reason for me to. It's not like I can talk to anybody around me that knows Spanish, so yeah, it's hard. Hola, señorita, me no habla español. I can like pronounce it well enough. I'm sure I have like a very stereotypical American accent when I do it, but I can read it at least, sort of, and I can understand it most of the time. But I think the thing that's really hard with Spanish for me is just trying to formulate sentences. Just all the conjugations and stuff. It's really hard to remember all of them, and I can kind of do very basic phrases and stuff, but I'm definitely nowhere near like a conversational level or anything, which is unfortunate, but yeah. It's S instead of C, yeah. But, you know, it was good, though. I mean, Spanish is, I think, the second most spoken language in the U.S., though specifically the region I live in, it's like nobody speaks Spanish. There are some people around me that do speak Spanish, but they also speak fluent English, so they only ever speak Spanish to, like, their children and stuff, you know? Nobody ever speaks Spanish to anybody else. So yeah, it's just kind of, I don't know, never gets used. There really aren't many people in the US that only speak Spanish, you know, so there's just no reason to, I don't know, to ever really learn. It'd be cool, but yeah, it's just a lot of work. I don't have the time. You have to put a lot of time into it, you know? I mean, like with any skill, it takes a lot of practice and learning. And I think the thing too that's hard about a language is like, it requires like almost like a different like brain. Like it's hard to think in other languages, you know? Like it's so ingrained in me, English, that it's like trying to think about a sentence in Spanish is really hard. Yeah, I don't know, it's just tricky. Maybe one day, if I ever like went to go travel somewhere, I think I would probably make a stronger attempt to learn, you know, the language. Like if I went to Japan or something, I would definitely spend some time learning Japanese. Let's see. I don't want these rocks to be too detailed. Put a bit here. Rico Bella Noche, Bella Noche sounds of fiesta. What does that mean? Rock looks like it's twerking to me, this one. That's fair. Thank you for the spin. Let's see, do that guy there. Nice rock, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Third of the USA used to be part of Mexico. It's only actually people speaking their language on those zones. Yeah, right, like definitely in the South and like Texas and stuff, it's way more common, so it makes sense there. But, you know, Colorado is not a... doesn't have a huge Spanish-speaking population anyways, so... And again, that's not to say there isn't any. There definitely is. But yeah, it's just, it's not like, Texas or anything. Even though when I went to Texas, though, I mean, and nobody there was speaking Spanish. Everyone just spoke English, so... But, you know... Okay. I think this rock is done. Thick rock, yeah. Oops. I'm gonna head to sleep now. See you soon. Sounds good. Thank you for coming in, Wool Bed. I appreciate it. Have a good rest of your night. Alright. Now, the only thing with this rock is, like, the details are smaller, and I just kind of accidentally did that, you know? And it's a little problematic because it makes it look like it's supposed to be a big rock, but it just was smaller. So I kind of want to fix that a little bit, I think. I'm probably going to remove some of these sections on purpose. Like this guy down here and stuff. I just want to make sure that it does actually look like a small rock. I think it's fine to do these little darker areas a little bit too, but... See, I already think that's a lot better, removing that one little segment. But I want to keep going, I think. Just a little bit more. And these are kind of implying that they're like two separate shapes here, so I want to merge those into one. Right, and then this down here. I think all this will help. So that's definitely a lot better already. Maybe even getting rid of this guy here too. Although it does feel a little empty without that maybe, so I think I'll leave that guy there. But yeah, I think that's better. That's at a good spot there. Let's do a little bit of anti-aliasing in the places where it needs it. Okay, then we're going to change the outline. I'm a native Spanish speaker, but I love English simply because it allows me to speak to people I couldn't otherwise. Yeah, I totally feel that. It is really cool being able to speak other languages. I just, it's a little sad that I don't really have the opportunity to ever, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I guess I could, like, go find Spanish streamers or something online, which I imagine is maybe what some people do for English streamers, but I don't know. Yeah, it's just hard to say. Why do you make jagged rocks? I can also do those. Like, I mean, these are just kind of your standard rock. But yeah, we could do some more jagged ones too. I'd like there to just be a nice variety of everything, so. I think what I did for the other rock was I changed its base color like that. Just call this medium rock. And then we're going to do a small rock, which shouldn't take nearly as long to draw. And then we're going to do, it's probably some wood before we end stream. So this is just going to be a tiny little single rock, like a pebble, you know? So let's get some size comparison over here. And like, but that's basically it. Right, something like that. That's all that rock's gonna ever be. That's all you will ever be. Let's fill that in. Half of that filled in. Okay. Why don't I use Sprite? There's a lot of reasons. Sprite is definitely good for pixel art, and that's what I always recommend people use when they first learn. But the thing that I don't like with Sprite is it's really hard to do non-pixel art things in Sprite, right? Like, I want to be able to draw like more traditional art and stuff, and so Krita is just a lot better for that. And I never really liked the UI or file dialogues in Krita personally, or not in Krita, in Sprite, and that's kind of the other reason I don't use it. It's not that it's particularly bad, but I just like having Windows dialogues and stuff more, and I don't know. I just like the workflow of something like Sprite more. I come from Paint.net, which is like a, you know, traditional drawing app, so it's just more familiar to me, easier to use. But yeah, that's why. But yeah, if you're learning pixel art though, I definitely always say use Sprite, because it's probably going to be a better option for learning. Let's see, do you have extensive practice with pixel art? Yeah, I've done a lot of pixel art in the past. I used to do professional like pixel art commissions and stuff for a while, throughout like some high school and university. So I've definitely drawn a lot of stuff, and of course just always drawing all the assets for my games. I mean, that's probably been like the biggest source of learning to me, honestly, is just yeah, drawing. Getting practice, it's kind of important. Now let's get rid of that there. Yeah, if anyone wants to learn, I think the secret is that there is no secret, and you just have to draw. And the more and more that you draw, the better you'll get at drawing more. So. To practice, no, yeah. It's interesting that I know Czech and English, and when I think in my mind, I don't really think in any of them, and both of them at the same time. Yeah, that's fascinating. Yeah, it's really kind of neat how people think, especially like, yeah, like bilingual people. It's kind of fascinating, because to me, I can only really think in English, right? I don't know. I mean, I can like force myself to think in Spanish, but I think what's really difficult is like deep down, I'm kind of just, I'm Google translating it in my brain, you know? Like when I think of a phrase in Spanish, it's not like I'm thinking it through the lens of the Spanish language. I'm like thinking this word means this in English, right? So that's always like a little bit tricky. Like, I don't know how I would think in a different way. It's just really hard. Ipsqueak. I don't know why that. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of small rock. Then a medium rock. What do I think about medium rocks? Your bog standard rock, brother. All right. Purposely sprinkling in the most insane phrases to make translation harder for y'all. No, I'm not. I could though. No, I won't. Small, no, not stone small, small rock. Where's my small rock? I call it rock small. Oh well. Okay, I think those are all done now. This needs to be like minus 16 on that offset. Let's go try it out. I think in German, but I dream in Klingon. Yeah, that's crazy. Here in South America, we have a lot of igneous rocks. Yeah, basalt, granite, such. Most of them are jagged and actually pretty sharp. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of different types of rocks. There's like, lava stone is a really common rock type to put in aquariums, and it's just very porous and sharp. I don't know why it's so common to put in aquariums, honestly. I wonder if there's a reason for that. But yeah, very porous, jagged, and sharp. Like this stuff. I wonder if it's just because it's cheap. Nah, it's not cheap. Normal rocks are cheaper. Yeah, I'll definitely be doing some of that. Yeah, they're pretty cool. That's not a real rock, that's food. But yeah, there's so many different kinds of rocks. You also have like a sedimentary rock, you know, stuff like limestone, and there's a lot of different kinds of rocks. These are just some. Shale, clay, conglomerate rocks. The rock I did here is more of like a river rock, you know, it's kind of smoothed out. But I would like to do some sharper rocks. I just want there to be a good variety between the two. I think we'll just do these as like darker rocks, and then we'll have some volcanic rock. Right. Let's delete those guys. Oops, I moved them. Then let's go put in some other rocks. So medium rock. So there's that guy. And then small rock. Yeah, I like how that looks. It definitely lets you build up a pretty nice landscape in here now. You know, you can mix in some plants and stuff. Maybe like this guy's smaller so it doesn't get in the way. This will be really fun, I think, for decorating everything. Like that. That looks pretty nice, actually. Yeah. I think these will be cool. This is practice with everything being in English on the internet. It's more like a second mother language than third language. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's got to be like, yeah, insane how like widespread English is everywhere. Oh yeah, these guys will always stay in front. Sometimes one thing I'll have to sort of figure out is these bottom dwellers can like go behind decorations like that. That is sort of something that's a little quirky. It's not a big problem because you can still like select them behind the decoration, but I don't know how we'll fix that. I might add eventually in the future another ability to set the depth on the decorations inside of the tank so you can forcibly push decorations back behind other decorations, you know? I think that'd be kind of cool. Or just mark it as like a background object, right? So it doesn't go in front of your fish. That's probably something I'll do. It's fine. This is not a geology game or something. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it'll be okay. But yeah, we'll have these rocks. I'll just call these rocks, you know, just standard rock. And then we'll do igneous rocks, right? And these will be a separate type of rock you can put down. Just have some variety. Like, as if you look at like a saltwater aquarium, they always have those classic rocks. You know, you look at like, let me go find some. They've always got these like big, like super rough rocks, you know? And it makes sense. I mean, I guess there is a reason why we use those, and it's because coral reefs typically are located around volcanic regions, islands and stuff, you know? So it makes a lot of sense, actually. It just looks correct. Like, that's what kind of rock would actually be in that sort of environment. So. Yeah, like very messy, rough rocks. We'll add in some of those too, for sure. And then I want to get started on like coral and stuff. I think that'd be neat. Oops. I do really like the look of saltwater tanks like this. Seeing them in real life, they're just so sharp and clean. I just love how they look. Yeah, I'd love to do a saltwater tank one day, but it's just so expensive. You know, like all these little freshwater aquarium fish are really cheap. They're like a couple bucks, but then some of the fish for saltwater tanks are so expensive. You know? Like, how much does a clownfish cost, you know? They're certainly not cheap, I'm sure. They're not like the worst ever. I mean, here they're like 25 bucks, 30 bucks. But they're so tiny, you probably want like a couple of them, and then bam, instantly all of a sudden you just spend 200 bucks on fish, you know? And especially if you get like more exotic ones too, like even that like zebra Lecco that I added into the game. This guy's like so expensive. It's like 200 to 300 bucks. You know? It's insane. Like this guy, the zebra pleco, $250. Ugh. Yeah, fish are expensive. When you get into like exotic saltwater, or these guys are actually freshwater, but yeah, they get pretty pricey. But yeah, saltwater fish are more exotic, you know, they're harder to maintain and stuff, so that's why they're more expensive usually. Like, what's like something that's probably really expensive? What is the fish that Dory is? Is it a blue? It's not a blue marlin. It's a blue tang. And these guys are... those are not real. Blue tang fish for sale. Yeah, like this guy's $100. It's just a lot of money. Yeah, they hang around 100 bucks. Ah. How do they get this photo? I guess it depends on the size too. Interesting. I think it's because it helps with oxygenation. It might, yeah, like the rough, it might trap bubbles down there. I'm not really 100% sure. I've never had a saltwater tank like that, so oh my god, look how expensive this guy is. 300 bucks. Some of them aren't too bad, but they're definitely just on average, the prices of these fish are way more than freshwater fish, you know, that you see at normal aquariums. So. And like these guys are cheaper, but you also have to realize these guys are like that big. So of course they're gonna be a bit cheaper. Reef rock. They're all very cool. One day if I make $1 billion from learning, I'll get a saltwater tank. I don't know where I would put it. Yeah, I don't know. Especially thinking about game design, I think more than like concepts that don't have a language. Yeah, like functions, images. I know what you mean. I mean, yeah, it is possible to think about concepts without having to use language, you know? So I definitely understand that. Like, if I think about an apple, it's not like I'm thinking about the word of an apple. Like, I'm just thinking about the concept and the object of an apple, you know? And, like, I can think about the word if I want. Right now I have white text that says apple in my head. And I can do whatever I want in there. I can make it all rainbowy and it's flashing. But I don't have to think of concepts as in terms of text, like words. Like I can think of a clownfish and I just see a clownfish in my head. Yeah, I know what you mean though. Orcas are crazy expensive. Yeah, I imagine they'd be a little expensive. What is this? Adopt an orca. What is this? Does it actually let you do it? Oh, you don't actually like really adopt it. You just like get a photo. Okay. Yeah, you can't buy orcas. There's like an artwork? Yeah. That'd be insane if you could buy an orca. It's like adopt highway scam, yeah. Yeah, it's a little silly. I mean, it's nice to... You're basically just donating money to keep them maintained and, you know, well cared for. That's not quite as bad. But it is a little weird how they phrase it as like adopting instead of just a donation, you know what I mean? That's a little weird. So we got ads going on, my apologies. Yeah, then you aren't imagining an apple, you're imagining how it's written. Yeah, it's complicated because when I do think of the text of an apple, I am thinking about the concept of an apple, right? But I'm choosing to like think of it through like the visual medium of the text instead of the object, if that makes sense. It's really complicated. The human brain, or just brains in general, are so interesting how they operate, you know? It's honestly freaking insane that we're just a bunch of little neurons just zapping each other, and then all of a sudden now we're alive and can think and say things. That's always been so insane to think about, honestly. Like, man, it's pretty wild. Alright, so these guys are chilling in here. I wonder if I might remove the shine mark on these. I'm not 100% sure. Like, if I did that, they would kind of blend in with the background more. What would it look like? Kind of like the shiny. We'll keep them shiny. The volcanic rocks will not be shiny though, because they're, you know, volcanic and sharp. Would be cool if I could like put all these decorations under a canvas modulate so you can actually control the alpha transparency of all the decorations at once, you know? Maybe. Also, you want a fish to reset or return all fish, we can do that. Also, let's keep adding in all the things. So what's the actual quote here? It's like, it's not a boulder. It's a rock or something like that. What's the... It's not just a boulder. Yeah, we're gonna have to translate all these. Alright, so we got small rock, medium, oops, rock, large rock. Let's see. Your bog standard rock, brother. I don't know why Pipsqueak is a description for that one. Pipsqueak just means like a little tiny guy, right? It's like a little goober. What's that? Just some little tiny loser. Twerp. Yeah. Almost got you liking that boulder. I know. I gotta be careful. Okay, ads are over. Sorry about those. Oh, I'm really hungry. I went to go eat. Can't wait to let my eyes rest tomorrow and on Tuesday, dude. Been burning. Okay. So, let's add to that button really quick. Get out of my face, stupid hair. Let's go into the tank menu. I need to add a new button. This one. Why can't I see it? Oh, I'm already in it. Duplicate the button. This is going to be return all fish. No more fish. Okay. So you can click this button, it'll send all your fish back to your inventory. Oops. Disconnect. So, how do I want to do that? Why don't you use glasses? Well, I've been just using the built-in night view thing and it works just fine, so. What kind of glasses do you mean? Just like blue light blocking glasses or whatever like that? Oh. Let's see. So all fish pressed. What I want to do is say Ryan global dot fish. What is it? Fish data? Tank fish data. So I'm pretty sure that's going to be I'm pretty sure it's an array of dictionaries. I'm just going to go ahead and print out what I is so I can remember. Did I actually... Oh, that's unfortunate. Like resting glasses? What are these? Yeah, these are like blue light. What types? So there's like blue lens blocking. Normal glasses. Sunglasses. What are these guys? Well, I've seen these around before. They have like a mirror on them so you can lay down and like read a book. It's kind of interesting. Computer glasses, yeah, anti-fatigue glasses. Any of those really lazy glasses? They would actually be kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. I would probably read more if I had a better setup to do it, you know. I've enjoyed audiobooks though. Yeah, so basically just blue light blocking glasses. I mean, I could use those, but I'm gonna be honest. I hate glasses. I really don't like wearing glasses. They start to hurt my nose, and they just... Ugh. I'm so glad I don't have to wear them anymore. They kind of suck, in my opinion. Some people really like glasses, and that's fine, but to me, like... I have very greasy skin, and so when I wear glasses, they just slip off, and it just feels gross. It's like it's spreading all my grease around on my face, and it's nasty. I don't like them. I only wear sunglasses because I have to. I did get the laser, yeah. I got LASIK. I am glad that I did it. Because my eyes used to be so fricked up before, you know, when I had to wear my contacts and stuff, so... Because I used to wear... A long time ago, I just only wore glasses when I first got glasses, when I was like 14 or something. And then, it was always frustrating. Also, this is during a time when, like, VR was kind of cool. And, like, the Oculus Rift or something just came out, and I wanted to play VR, but playing VR with glasses sucks. So I got contacts, and I really liked contacts way more than glasses. But the problem with contacts is that they can be very irritating on your eyes, right? Also, if you fall asleep in contacts, it's pretty messed up, because they suction cup to your eyes, and you have to like peel them off. And sometimes I would accidentally fall asleep and not take out my contacts. So I think getting LASIK was a good thing long term for my eye health, because I don't have to mess with them anymore. I don't have to put gizmos in them or around them. It's just so convenient not having to wear contacts anymore. I just close my eyes to sleep and I open them to wake up, and I'm done. There's no maintenance that I have to do anymore, you know? Yeah, I am glad that I did it. The only, I guess, downside of LASIK is it's very minor, but my eyes maybe are slightly more like sensitive to drying out now. It's like probably not even any different, because also right around when I got LASIK is the time where I started to use my computer way more, working on Starground and stuff. So it's kind of like not a fair comparison. But that, and also like when my eyes get really strained, or like when it's really dark, like pitch black, I do see like ghosting and like halos and stuff, which can be a little annoying sometimes, but it's worth it though. And apparently as you get older, your pupils start to shrink anyways, so it means that as time goes on, it probably will become less and less of a problem for me, because my pupils will just become smaller and be more resistant to those effects anyways, right? So I'm not really too worried about it. If I really wanted to in the future, like I might have to get like a touch up in like 10 or 15 years, because, you know, your eyes can change ever so slightly as you get older. I did do it kind of earlier than some people. I did wait until I was 21 and my prescription was stable for a couple of years. I do have perfect vision right now. I have 20/15 in both eyes. But it's possible that over time it might just change a little bit, and I might have to get like a correction. I think typically for a correction after LASIK, they do PRK. I don't want to freak anybody out with cutting eyeballs, but they shave off like the top surface and re-level it. They always use lasers now. Honestly, LASIK surgery these days is so beyond what it used to be in like the 70s. It's pretty impressive how easy and fast and perfect it is, you know? Like I just went in, there's this big machine. It just goes and does like a laser across my cornea, right? And it's crazy like seeing those things happen in front of you, you know? It's a little weird. But then that creates like this flap. You peel up the flap, then you go to another laser. And then that one just goes and like corrects your vision, you know? It literally took like 30 seconds. Like it was so fast. It was like nothing. But yeah, that's all that happened, and then you just close the flap over and you're done. And the first couple days and stuff, it was pretty painful, but after that, it was fine. It really wasn't too bad. Anyways, yeah, I see ghosts. I'll find an image of specifically what I see. It's kind of like this a little bit. It's not quite the same. It's more of like a... See, it's never with like... In daylight, I don't see any ghosting, right? But sometimes I see a little bit of haloing. It's more haloing than it is ghosting, you know what I mean? Kind of like this. Sometimes it looks like this up here on the top. And that's if I'm in like a completely dark room and the text is like bright white on a screen or something, you know? So I think it's fine. It's not really a big deal. And I feel like overall, as time goes on, it continues to get a little bit better anyways, right? Almost a little bit like this, but not even that severe, you know? These are kind of exaggerated examples, I would say. Like, it's kind of like this, but like way less severe. And the text, it doesn't go out that far. I could probably emulate it in Krita. Hey, Ploppy, what's up? How's it going? Yeah, what's going on? What have you been up to today? Just drawing some rocks and stuff. I'm gonna draw a little example. Alright, so we have the... we're gonna have some text here. Right? Let me recolor it. And this is gonna say... Hello. Let's make the, not the spacing, the font size larger. Alright, so we got that guy. Then, let's see, I need to do a new vector layer. And then do hello again. But now he's going to be chill. Put this below the other one. I'd say it's almost something sort of like this. Right? Like, it's a pretty minimal effect. So, it's fine. It's weird, it's like messing with me. It's like, I feel like I'm seeing ghosting right now, but I'm not. Weird. Anyways. Squash some bugs in my VTuber setup earlier, but now we chillin'. Let's go. That's cool stuff. Yeah, I'm just working on some new decorations for the tanks and stuff in here. I'll show you what we drew up real quick. So I added in some new rocks that you can put down now. There's like a big rock, a smaller medium guy, and then tiny rocks like these. Yeah, just to give people a little bit more control over how they decorate their tanks and stuff. I think it looks good. And then I have this button now, so that should be returning all of the fish. Oh, right, that's just gonna print out the ID. Okay. So I need to say... so let's do this now. For in global dot tank maximum tank count. Or no, actually, I just want to do this for the specific tank that I'm in. So for in, this is what we're gonna do. Global fish tank data at index tank ID, right? Because that's the current one that we're in. Then we're gonna print those guys out. Now I believe that should be an array filled with dictionaries with all the fish data. Okay, yeah, so it's just a list of all of the IDs. And I'm pretty sure that if I put duplicates in there, like let's put another diving beetle in or something, or one of these. It should show 2 of them in there. Yeah. Okay, so it's just a list of strings, that's all it is. So it should be really easy to return all these guys now. By the way, is LMB gonna have a translation key too? We can, if you guys want. I just don't know what the standards are kind of for like, is LMB a common like keybind to translate in other games? I don't know. Spacebar kind of makes sense, or space, but I mean, I can throw it in there if you guys want. All right, so now what I'm gonna do is, what is it? Remove tank decoration. How do I remove other fish? Let's go look at that really quick. It's like on return pressed. Where is that? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's gone. Here it is. So this is how I do it. Let's do that. Oh, you know what? I actually do this when I change the... I do it right here. Yeah. Accept liquid change. And this is what I do. Well, let's just make that a function now. I'm just going to call this function remove all fish, right? It's easier that way. So I don't need to care. I don't need to know the liquid type. Oh, but I'm only doing the ones that are... No, it's still removing all of them, so it should be fine here. So then now in here, I can just be like, turn all fish, remove all fish. Now let's call this function up over on accept liquid change. Literally just do this. Okay. I assume that LMB would be common enough, like space or enter. Yeah, okay. Yeah, left mouse button doesn't really work for Spanish. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing that too. It's just replacing them with little icons, and so we wouldn't have to keep translating all these input keys. And I do have keys for them already. Like if I look for LMB, I'm pretty sure it's in here somewhere. Right, I don't think I downloaded the PC one for the Kenny assets, but yeah, there's this Kenny epic site in person, by the way, but there's all these free input assets here, right? I think it's under one of these input prompts right here, and I just use all these and they work really well. But it's got all the prompts for all the things. Steam Deck, even Steam Controller, which is interesting. I don't think that's out yet. Oh, that's the old Steam Controller. Interesting. Then there's keyboard and mouse right here, and there's a space bar here, space right there. And there's a mouse button here, left click. So I might just use those instead, honestly. Freaking Kenny's so good, I know. I don't really use a lot of Kenny assets, but it's so epic that Kenny does all this, and they're all CC0, right? Which is awesome. I mean, this is an incredible place for assets. If people need assets and aren't utilizing these ones, people should use these assets more. I mean, these are good, high-quality assets, you know? I mean, obviously, Kenny has a style, which is fine. That's to be expected. But even, like, some of these, like, this is not ultra stylized. Like, this looks like a more realistic-looking kind of scene, you know? That's just, yeah, there's so much stuff in here. People really should use these. Yeah, there's so many mobile controls. All these like city kits and stuff. Fish pack. Should have just used this. What am I thinking? No. But yeah, it's a very nice website for stuff. There's a lot of assets in here. Digital audio. Me when my Rube Goldberg machine activates. Okay. But yeah. You also got a zip that has all of them. Yeah, you can just get... What does it get? All in one bundle? Yeah, it's pretty nice. Special thanks, Kenny. Yeah. Kenny's epic. Yeah, I should probably put Kenny in the special thanks just because I use the UI prompts. Let's see. Even though you don't technically have to, I'd still like to. Because the license is CC0, so... Basically, that's giving away your rights to anything. So theoretically, I could copyright Kenny's assets and resell them legally, which is fricked up. But yeah, I would never do that, obviously. because I think you get some major backlash. No, I would never. That would be pretty messed up. All right, so while tank, yeah, size greater than 0, we pop the first fish, add it, and then say tank removed. Yeah. And then while object size is greater than 0, that's deleting all the objects too. Yeah, so that should work. So I just say remove all there, and then on the other one, remove all the fish. Cool. So now watch this, guys. I got all the fish in here. I click return all fish. Boom. They're all gone. So that works pretty well. More fish. Okay, I ran out of space. I haven't done a description for the Matamata yet. I kind of need to do that. What should the description for that guy be? So you can use them for a paid game. I mean, there are other licenses that let you do paid stuff without being able to resell the assets directly, so it's not that. It's just that Kenny is the GOAT and is like cool. That's why he chose to do CC0. But yeah. You can copy, modify, distribute, and perform the work even for commercial purposes. So yeah. Scene. Yo, let's go. I didn't know you could get your games featured. I bet the input one has 1 billion in there. If it even does. I need to oh yeah, Sandbox uses it. That's awesome. I need to Arcadia, bro. I need to DM Kenny and be like, yo, put Starground in there, man. Fixed font issues. Added spreadsheets and fonts. There's even like a Nintendo Switch 2 in here now, too, I think. Yeah, right here. It's pretty epic. I've been thinking about maybe getting a Switch 2, I don't know. But yeah, Kenny is kind of, yeah, the GOAT. UI pack sci-fi. Medals, crosshair pack, game icons. Like, this is a nice little icon pack, honestly. Just a bunch of different little icons you might need. It's funny, it's like, he has like some input things in here. I ain't worth it. The Switch 2, yeah. Spend like a grand total of like 5 hours playing mine. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, that's why I've been kind of like, I haven't already gotten it. Because I'm not sure. Not sure if I would really use it. The Switch 2. It's kind of expensive. I guess it's definitely the better option if you don't already have a Switch. But I don't want to buy all these game devices, to be honest. I barely play games anymore. I totally know what you mean. I bought the Steam Deck, and like, I mean, to be fair, the reason I bought the Steam Deck was for game development, you know, so I could develop games for the Steam Deck, but I never play it, ever. I just don't have the time or the patience to get set up with it. They've already perfected the gaming platform a long time ago, and it was the computer, the PC, and everything after has been a mere attempt to replicate the PC. I bought a Steam Deck, upgraded it, gave it to my brother, and bought the limited edition orange OLED one. Oh yeah. Let's go. Yeah, I got the OLED one too. The screen is really nice on it for sure. I mean, it's a great like device. I imagine if like I didn't have a really good PC or a nice like desk setup for a PC, then the Steam Deck would be freaking awesome, you know? But yeah. This is desktop Steam, a big picture of the built-in controller. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Yeah, I can't save a mobile Linux game computer. It is what it is, yeah. Isn't the Steam controller price was leaked, right? It's gonna be $100, which is interesting. Some people think that like that price is ridiculous, but I don't think so. The thing is that like the Steam controller is a high-end controller, you know? It's got track pads on it. You know, it's got like a puck charger. It's got magnetic thumbsticks, so you don't get like really bad stick drift stuff. You have like haptic rumbling like the PS5 controller. Grip enabled gyros. You got like the rear buttons. You know, it's I would say it's pretty comparable to like the Pro controllers and stuff, right? So I honestly think $100 for a controller like this is kind of fair. I'm gonna be real. Now, the Steam Deck or the Steam Machine and the frame, those are the two things that will be interesting to see the prices on. Born on, because I think that's gonna matter more to me. Like a controller is cheap enough to where the price doesn't matter as much to me, but I probably won't. I don't know. I definitely won't get a Steam Machine just because I don't need it. You know, I already have a computer. The frame, it's a tricky one. I kind of want to get the frame, but I think it's gonna really depend on the price, you know? And that's the thing that's gonna matter here. I don't know how much the frame is gonna be. I'm really hoping they keep under the $500 price range, but I could also see them not keeping under the $500 price range, right? And that's the only unfortunate thing about the frame. I don't know. Probably be close to the index. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. I do think they're targeting a more like entry-level market, so imagine it's not going to be $1,000 or anything. I'm guessing it's probably going to be like $699 or something. Like probably in between 500 and 1,000 is going to be my guess. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely expensive, but I mean, it is a nice headset. I'm not gonna lie. I would like one. I mean, they've got a really large FOV, which is sick, and like a good refresh rate. They've got decent, like it's got stats wise, it's very solid, you know. And they've got that expansion card on the front too, which is really cool. So that I could see getting pretty awesome. But yeah, I'm excited though that Valve is diving into the world of VR a little bit. I really hope VR someday will become more widespread. I think it's just there's too many things that are obstacles for people enjoying VR right now. I think games aren't like quite there yet. There's still a lot of like things that just haven't been done enough with VR. There are cool games in VR, but a lot of them are just kind of walking simulators, right? And I think that's boring. And I think the big thing obviously is price. You know, it's a lot of money to spend on one little gadget just so you can play one specific type of game. That's always going to be a limiting factor. And I think the other thing is like the realism of it all, you know? I don't know. It's... Yeah, I think the big thing that helps with like the immersion factor of VR is like having high FOVs and stuff. Just from what VR I've done in the past and the ones I've tried. And the ones with higher FOVs, I just enjoy using so much more. I feel like I'm more inside of the world, you know? So I'm excited that this is going to have a pretty good FOV. And I think the other thing too is like being at your computer, you're just sitting there and it's easy. But with VR, you've got to set it up and it's hot and uncomfortable and, you know, yeah, it's a whole thing. Anyways. Why is it burbling? I don't know. Yeah, I doubt they'll try to compete with Meta. Yeah, I don't think they will. They're not going to go... I think Steam, historically, with their hardware, has been more of, like, in between, like, entry-level and high-end stuff. Like, it's not going to be uber expensive, but I don't think it's going to be super cheap and affordable for everybody, so... Also, if your game has full compatibility with Steam Deck, it's also very likely it performs well in remote play. That's true, yeah. There's a lot of good reasons you had to build for Steam Deck. I haven't tried VR since Oculus Dev Kit like a zillion years ago. Yeah, the VR that I used to use a lot was the Oculus Rift S, this one, and it was decent for what it was back in the day. But yeah, it's kind of a bad headset now. It's pretty jank. VR has gone, technologically speaking, quite a ways from like the early dev kit days. That's for sure. I mean, some of the new headsets do look really good. I mean, the frickin' Apple headset is crazy. The Apple Vision Pro. But it's extremely expensive and no normal human being can buy this. Like, you know what I mean? So that's the only downside. It is $3,500. That's ridiculous. But it is really good. The tech is there. Like, we have the capability to make really good headsets. I think the final obstacle is just bringing that price down, you know? It's too expensive. If this was like $1,000, I would absolutely buy this. But $3,500, that's getting all steep. Can you buy a really cheap car in the US? Oh yeah, totally, right? You could find some like used car somewhere that would be fine for $3,500. I think that's how much my car cost, actually. Yeah, leave it to Apple to make an insanely overpriced product. It's just what they do. They specialize in overpricing. One headset that's always looked very interesting to me is like the like 8K headset stuff. I forget the brand of it. Oh yeah, the IMAX headsets, right? They do look really interesting because they have like insane FOV and resolution. That's kind of like what they focus on, right? So like, they have all these different like versions. There's like the Crystal Super 8K Micro OLED, you know? And it's insane. It's got an 8K screen on it, so you can't see the pixels at all. It's a micro OLED, so it's got super good like brightness and contrast. And I'm pretty sure the FOV on these are like wild. I thought. Okay, is it 116? It's actually not that much more. There was one though, I think that they did that had a really, yeah, the ultra wide down here. It's got 140 degrees horizontal FOV, which is really big. But these are expensive. Still a lot cheaper though than the Apple headset, that's for sure. They have the Crystal Light. They got the drink out here. The Dream Air SE. This is like they're clearly inspired by a particular headset, I would say. Not overpriced, you were broke. Yeah. Finally got me on a new device a few weeks ago. Oh yeah, I hadn't bought one since 2012. That's crazy. Yeah, I kind of need to get a new phone soon. I really want one with USB-C because I'm tired of the lightning ports. Because now everyone else around me has USB-Cs and I'm living in the Stone Ages. Also, my charging port is broken, so... and they make it so ridiculous to... What? Does this have an RTX 3080 in it? Oh, no, that's like the recommended. Okay, I was like, well, how? Okay. Yeah, it's annoying. I need a new one. It's like an Overwatch character. It does. The iPad normie now. No. iPads are kind of neat. If I had like a new iPad and bought one, got like all the stuff for it, like a drawing pencil and stuff, I'd probably actually really like using it. But I guess the route I always go with buying devices is I I opt for the more expensive phone instead of phone and iPad, you know? Just one device instead. Yeah, I got the Pro with the pencil. I'm not gonna lie, it's a really nice device. Yeah. It does seem pretty cool. Yeah, just for like drawing, like even modeling and stuff with a pen like that, it'd probably be kind of nice. Anyways, yeah, these are shouldn't be expensive. Where's like the stats on this? Does it have like a... Where's like the info? Oh, is this one like not out? No, it's out. Slam controllers. Oh, product description. So micro OLED, 105. I mean, it's a nice headset. But yeah, anyways, enough yapping. This is made with Kenny assets. Pretty fire. Bricadia, I've heard about this one before. Seems pretty interesting. Lego. I can sculpt on and draw on stuff and OLED, yeah. A combo advanced digital sketchbook plus YouTube machine hybrid, yeah. No, that sounds nice for sure. Yeah, I do really like the OLED screens. You know, something that Apple does really well, I gotta say, is their screen technology. Like, this OLED is so bright. It looks great, you know? I mean, it's top-notch screen quality, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can just, it's got like 2,000, my phone has like 2,000 nits. Apparently the newer phones have even brighter screens, so watching like stuff with HDR, like going outside in the sun, it looks so good. I gotta say, they do their screens well. Now, unfortunately, if you break a screen, it is like $800 or whatever to get a new one, but yeah. That's not like the nicest displays I've ever seen. Yeah, and it's got 120 hertz now. It does look really good. I really wish there were like computer monitors that look that good, you know? There are some that do look good, but they're so expensive. And I think the problem is like whenever I see an OLED monitor, the nits are it's so dark. You know, it's like a maximum like 300 nits or whatever, and I'm like, man, this is not, you know, can't see anything. I've been seeing a lot of these QD OLEDs now. They're probably easier to get brighter, I imagine, but I don't know how bright this one gets, you know? Like, does it say in here? Yeah, see, it's like only 250. That's like not that good. That's pretty dark. The website I always go to for finding tech is ratings.com because they do insane testing on stuff here. It's really cool. Like you can just search like a monitor and just go to like, or you can just go to products up here and then go to monitors. And I really love this site because they give like a rundown of all the things. So you can go in like best gaming monitors or whatever, or into any of these monitors, and you can get like info on all this stuff. Why is this one all blurred out? Oh yeah, some of these reviews I think are like premium. You have to pay a little bit, but most of them are free. Oh yeah, I was checking some monitors here. But it's a really useful website. Do you have to join for the monitor info now? That's unfortunate. I think they made it so their monitors are no longer free. Uh-oh. We've revamped the membership program, huh? Is everything now under the membership program? Because that would suck. Aw. That's very sad. Yeah, only to members. Yeah, I used to be able to view some of these things for free, but oh well. How much does it cost? Oh my god. Well, Never mind, guys. That sucks. That really does suck. Now you have to pay $10 a month. Oh well. Let's see. I don't know if the fish Z order should be based on the Y-axis because they're clipping a lot. I see no issue for them being always in the same Z index. For the bottom fish down here is what you're talking about? Like the bottom dwellers? A real, truly high quality desktop display is gonna be like $3,500. Oh yeah, definitely. It's insanely expensive. Yeah, like a 32-inch 4K that looks as good as an Apple display has got to be pricey. Oh yeah, it's gonna be insanely expensive. And like when you get to those super high-end monitors too, there's always like you got problems with them constantly. You know, it's annoying. Let's see, Yoshi, for all the fish in the tank, you're just saying like as they move around, I don't need to do Y sorting. Is that like what you're talking about? Because these fish are always positioned on their Z index like ahead of all the decorations, right? But there are fish that live on the bottom that don't. So like if I move this guy in here, you can see if he like goes back to the back of the tank, he actually goes behind other decorations. I do that because it is kind of cool seeing him like in the grass like that, right? You know. But then also he kind of just hides. So I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know. I'll have to think about that. Got the Slinky out. Slinkies are epic, guys. Why do we stop using Slinkies? Alright, well, we've been going for 4 hours now, but we got 3 rocks in the game. We got that button to return all the fish. You set the decorations. I think we're at a good spot. Then yeah, next decorations we'll work on is like driftwood and stuff. Then hopefully we mess with the achievement system soon. So the idea for that is, since I want this game to be on itch too, I don't want it to be 100% reliant upon Steam features. So we're going to implement our own internal achievement system for handling like the unlocks and stuff like that. And then we'll just tie the Steam achievements into that, you know? So yeah. Quite hungry for translations. There will be more, especially once we add in achievements. There's going to be loads of things to translate. Like all the descriptions for the achievements and stuff and the names and all that, so don't worry. There will always be more. But yeah, we'll get there. And then I need to do a full playthrough of the game again. Just make sure everything is feeling balanced and stuff. It's really hard to balance a game like this, but you know, it's okay. Anyways, yeah, I think we're probably gonna call it there. Go find somebody to raid. Who do we want to raid? Who is live? He hasn't started yet. We'll just raid Dobbs. It's the only person on my follow list that's live right now. And doing game dev. Always feels weird to raid people doing like gaming. I don't know. But. Okay, we're gonna go start that raid. But yeah, thank you everybody for coming in. Yeah, we're just gonna keep working away at this update. New decorations, more quality of life, all the stuff. We'll be working on more fish. I might even try and squeeze another fishing region into this update. We'll see. I might add in the coral reef. I don't know for sure. We'll see. But yeah, definitely we're going to be focusing too on more upgrades, research, and ascension soon. I've got some ideas for those, so. Bonuses for catching the same fish multiple times would be nice. Yeah, kind of like, I was thinking actually, so something I am figuring out how I want to do is like a leveling up mechanic or something. And I think I might do that either through Ascension or Research. But I want a way to make the early fish, like in the pond, as valuable as the new fish that you're catching. Right? So something like that could be kind of interesting, I think. So I'm looking into something like that. Because that way old fish then again become useful. I just want to make sure they don't ever become useless, right? So I'm thinking about it. See you next time. Learn is looking nice. Thank you very much. Yeah, feel free to wish list Learn in on Steam. Play the playtest. Grab Starground right now. It's 25% off. And we'll be live again on Wednesday at 3:30 MDT. So bye, everybody. I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.